ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي رب زدني علما. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to all the respected speakers, professors, associate professors, doctors, and participants for today's Collaboration Expert Talk, a pre-conference series in conjunction with the 6th Advances Business Research International Conference 2024, which will be held at the end of this month. To start off things, as per the poster, today we will have 5 distinguished speakers which will be talking about various topics. And for anyone who has any questions for the speaker, you may kindly direct your questions in the Q&A box. You can find the Q&A box at the bottom right-hand corner of your Webex application next to the chat icon. Next to the chat icon, you will find a 3 dots. You may click on that dot and select the Q&A option and submit your question to the host. However, having said that, there's no promise that all questions will be asked and answered. This depends on the time that we have left after each presentation. For the speakers, each speaker will have around 40 minutes to give their talk and presentation, and the remaining time will be used for the Q&A session. At the 35 minutes mark, I will interrupt the speaker to inform that there's 5 minutes left. On top of that, for each session, there will be a photo session at the end of the speaker's session, and hope that everyone can turn on their camera for that particular photo session. And the attendance link will also be shared for each session. Okay, so let's start off today pre-conference talk. Our first speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Ernie Suzila Kasim. She is FVM's very own, right? So Associate Professor Dr. Ernie Suzila received her PhD in Information Technology from International Islamic University, Malaysia, and she is currently a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Business Management, UiTM, Puncak Alam. Her research interests and areas include information computer and communications technology, information systems, IT management, and e-commerce. For today's session, the title for Dr. Ernie's talk will be on gig economy, current research and future direction. I believe Associate Professor Dr. Ernie is already in the platform at the moment. Dr. Ernie, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Okay, Dr. Ernie, the platform is all yours.
All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all. Right, before I begin, allow me to spare some time for you to share my slide for today's session. I hope that everyone can see my slide here.
Yes, Dr. Ernie.
All right, good. So again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone who is here. This is actually a sharing knowledge session, and I hope that today will be filled with barakah, rahmah, and may Allah is whatever that we do every day and whatever that we are hoping for. Yeah. So thank you very much again, Mr. Chairperson, Dr. Muhammad Muhazri Shah Mazli, and also I would like to say hello to the fellow experts who are going to present for their session today. First, Associate Professor Dr. Srichit Balasubramaniam, Dr. Intan Mafarina Omar, Dr. Muhammad Sharul Nizam, and also Dr. Ahmad Rafiki. Looking forward to everyone's session after this, and also to the dear participants, Professor, Associate Professor, Doctor, ladies and gentlemen, and also to my fellow colleagues. I could see that some of my colleagues are also here, and also to the students. Yeah. So this is part of the pre-conference series that I will be sharing on the gig economy. And my presentation today is actually very, very light, and it's just touch about what is actually the current scenario, the current landscape of research with regards to gig economy, and what are the future directions, which means that what are the topics that we can explore to ensure that gig economy, the ecosystem of the gig economy is more safer and also more trusted. You can see from there, my name is Ernie Suzila Kasim, and I'm also a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Business and Management, and that is my email address. Should you have any queries that you would like to get in touch with me, you can send me an email and say hello. So this is my short profile. My education is from UiTM and also from UUM and also from Indiana University at Bloomington, USA. And also I have prior to my joining to UiTM, I worked at Zybase Technology, and I was assigned with the responsibility to oversee the operation of the airport control solution, yeah. And also my current and past position is in UiTM. So as usual, when we are a lecturer, teaching is not the only sole responsibility, and we are given so many other tasks that we have to endure. Yeah, and also my some of my academic profile, research profile, and also consultation and also expert work. So without further ado, let me share. This is going to be my presentation outline. I'm going to share a little bit about the background of gig economy and its current state. It's actually very, very simple. And also the problem statement that leads to the exploration of today's topic and why gig economy matters. Next, I will share the research questions that will give the direction of the research. And then I will share the methodology that I use and also the data collection method. Next is the analysis and findings. What are the key findings to answer the research questions? And finally, is the implication and future research agenda, basically asking the question of what's next. Yeah. So before I proceed, let me ask a question. When I say gig economy, or when you see the poster for today's session and you see the gig economy is stated there, what comes to your mind? Yeah, maybe we have a different visualization of Grab or maybe Food Panda motorcyclist, and also maybe we are imagining that we are working somewhere doing a project for a company which is outside Malaysia. Yeah, those are actually some basic notations of what gig economy is. And let us go through very, very quickly on the gig economy characteristics. This will highlight the scope or the baseline of today's session, so that everybody is clear of when I say gig economy. It is, even though that the term economy is there, but I am not talking so much about the economic international labor, or maybe about the economic micro and macro, or maybe about the microeconomics and things like that. When we say about gig economy, it actually encompasses a lot of other areas. But first, let us look at what are the characteristics that define gig economy. Number one is the digital platforms. Gig economy is different from any other types of economy, for instance, circular economy, because the digital platforms is the backbone or the avenues where all of the work is able to be carried out. Yeah, so when we talk about digital platforms, it actually encompasses all the work, for example, the independent contracting, and also the work that we do, and also the payment and other matters. Number two is the contingent work, which means that the work that is currently offered. I am talking about the current scenario, and maybe in the future, the definition or the characteristics of the work might differ slightly. So at present, the kind of the work that is offered is contingent, which means casual and non-permanent work, which means that everybody has the opportunity to get or to involve with gig economy work. Number three is lack of job security. Because of it is by definition a non-permanent work, we are not being employed with all the perks and all the privileges that normally the permanent staff will get. So the work may have variable hours and little job security that involves payment on a piecework basis and lack of any options for career development, because it's actually very much related to the kind of work which is not permanent. So if we are involved with non-permanent work, there is a very no possibility for us to climb up the ladder. Number 4 is the independent contracting, which means that the relationship is sometimes termed as independent contracting or freelancing or temporary work and temp for short. Where it actually comes from? Gig economy is not actually a new kind of economy, but because of the advancement in technology and also the digital infrastructure is ready, it provides the platform and it provides the opportunities for organizations to take advantage of digital solutions and create jobs, create jobs or redefine jobs or redesign jobs. That actually where gig economy or online gig economy comes from. Number 2 is because of the consumer preference for on-demand service. If you notice, prior to COVID-19, gig economy or person or people who involved with gig economy, the rate is not as high as now, because during the pandemic, we are confined at our home and there is lack of mobility, and the only solution for us to get some of the products and services is by ordering and get some people to deliver to our home. So that is actually defining the consumer preference for on-demand services, and because of that, there are more and more opportunities for the consumers to enjoy or to utilize digital technology and get the services right at their doorstep. And number 3 is the business model. When organizations define their work and also their business, there are some models that they follow. But again, because of this digital infrastructure, it allows the changes of the business model to be situated in the sense that it looks for a greater penetrations of market segmentations and also allow to employ people from different areas in the world. So with gig economy, an organization does not have to employ staff within the community, but it actually opens up the possibility to employ people from diverse backgrounds all around the world. And number 3 is the government regulation, because some countries, they are very much friendly to gig economy, and the government is very giving a lot of support and also regulations that help to build the economy or the gig economy to a higher level. This slide shows the online gig workers tasks, and these are some of the basic tasks, and there are actually a lot more, which include, for example, the design, multimedia and creative works, business, research and consultancy, sales and marketing support, data entry, administrative and clerical staff, IT software development and tech, writing and translation, and online micro work. So if you can see here, the gig workers is not just focusing on the transport or maybe the logistic. It actually covers a lot of other sectors, and don't be surprised that perhaps in the very near future, education sector will also be affected. And this worker stars is actually some of the examples given by World Bank. Yeah, and it is also good to understand how does the gig economy work. If you could see here, there are 4 different quadrants that define the complexity and intensity of gig work. That actually based on the geographic stickiness, which means that whether it's geographic based or it's totally online, and also to the density of the job duration, whether it's highly temporary or it's actually just a very short period of time. So there are four quadrants here. The first one is cloud work, which is online freelancing. And we could see that here that the geographic stickiness is very, very low, and the temporality is actually very high. So it actually, some of the work include some that I have highlighted before. And number two is traditional wage employment. It is temporary, but it requires people to be at that site to do the work. For instance, cleaning the house, or maybe temporary doing on this tuition and go to somebody's house and things like that. And number three is cloud work, whereby it is very, very temporary and it requires online. And number four is geographically tilted platform work, which is very short, and geography stickiness is very high. And there are actually key differences between global and regional and local platform, which means that us here has the opportunity to design our own gig platform. So if we want to focus on the regional part, it is just a local platform, and we could see that the differences are according to the size and network effects, employers, language, task type, currency, transaction value, payment mechanism, and also asynchronous communication. So if you are also interested in looking for how global platforms and regional platforms differ and what kind of similarity, or maybe you are having interest in looking for the inclusivity and also less discrimination for the global platforms, and this can become a landmark for you to measure some of its success and also some of its indicators. Yeah. Then for workers, gig workers promises. A lot of us maybe have this or understand or think that gig work gives a lot of promises. Yeah, for workers, it offers opportunities for youth to earn income while learning new skills, which means that it gives the opportunity for students at higher learning institutions to work while at the same time pursue their education, because the job itself is very temporary. Number two is to allow more women to participate in the labor market with flexibility in time and location. And number three, provides work in areas that lack good jobs and addresses regional economic inequalities. And for firms, it is able to tap into wider talent pool, which means that an organization can employ people from different areas in the world and also reduce startup costs, ability to remain flexible and agile to respond to market changes. Yeah. So let me go to the problem statement here. As we can see, there are actually beautiful stories about gig workers. These people saying that you can be your own boss, you can control your own time, you can work whenever that you want. Yeah, that's actually the preference. Yeah. So according to Prof. Emeritus Prajoya Bharti in 2023, gig type work is the wave of the future, which means that because as long as the technology advancements are in place, it keeps changing, it keeps improving, there are opportunities for gig work to be improved or to maybe to dominate the kind of works in the future. However, according to World Bank in 2024 report, there are perils, or there are actually threats, there are actually some issues with regards to gig economy. What are the issues here? Connectivity, career progression, discrimination, and also social protections. Number one, number two, number three is actually very common, but people here are starting to doubt on whether or not gig work will give an adequate protection to the informal sector. And we are here talking about labor regulations, about insurance, and also about privileges. So the question here is to all researchers and academics and also students, maybe what can we do to help design and build a safer and more trusted gig economy ecosystem? Gig economy is there. We cannot stop them. It's actually a very good thing to do with all this connectivity. But then, because of some issues here, how can we build a safer and more trusted ecosystem? So that is actually a question that everyone should be asking. And because we are researchers, we are academics, academics do not confine to only teaching and learning. We have to help the nation, we have to help the government to regulate or to think of the regulations on how this can become a privilege to everyone. So due to this, based on this problem statement, I have 3 research questions here. Number 1, because we are looking for in what ways that we can help to build a safer or more trusted ecosystem, gig ecosystem. Yeah. So I based on this, I have 3 research questions ready. Number 1, using the data sets from the index journals. The first question is set as, what are the current research landscapes of gig economy with the disciplines of economics, business and management, and also social science? Because when we want to do something, we have to look at what has been researched as of now, what is lacking, what are the gaps, what can we contribute, what more can we do to help build a better ecosystem. Yeah, so that is actually the first questions. Number 2 is the potential research. What are the potential and future research of gig economy within the disciplines of economics, business and management, and also social science? And finally, to explore the gig economy in Malaysian setting, so I've come up with these questions. What are the current and potential research of gig economy in the Malaysian setting? So some of you might be wondering, why do I limit the scope to economics, business and management, and social science? This is because the conference, or all majority of us here, are within these 3 disciplines. So I do hope that at the end of the session and at the end of the day, everybody has something to bring on and to ponder for your next actions. Yeah. So the methodology that I use is just a systematic review. So this is actually a very basic method for analyzing articles from a set of database. And using the Prisma method, the 4 important phases or the 4 important steps include: first, identification, then screening, then eligibility, and finally is the inclusion. And the dates of data collections, which is when the articles are downloaded. There are 2 dates here. First is 8 May, and the second one is 10 May. And the database that I use is just solely Scopus. And the software that I use for the analysis are 2, which are was Viewer and also Microsoft Excel. Okay, now see. All right. I think I did something to my slides here. Okay. I'm sorry that I think I have to. I'm sorry that I have to stop sharing and reshare.
No problem, Dr. Ernie.
Okay, things happen. All right, then allow me to continue. Sorry about that little hiccups. Yeah. So I hope everyone is still following. Okay, and the subject area here, again, social science, business and management, economics, econometrics, and the country of Malaysia. So these are the number of articles that are being used for the analysis. What did I do? The first one, I used the keywords gig economy, and notice that I put inverted comma, I mean like quote unquote gig economy. So if you are looking for articles from any sets of database, knowing about the Boolean and how to set the keywords is actually very important to ensure that you get the right article. Yeah, because if I type gig economy, the database will look for both gig and also economy, and I get a lot more articles. So I just confine it to gig economy, and then I limit the search into 3 different areas of research and also to Malaysia. So you could see that there are actually various variations of number of articles depending on the subject area. And if you notice, 1,514 is not that much, which means that if you compare to some other areas or some other topic of interest, yeah, for instance, you search for TPB, or maybe you search for what is actually the common one, like operation management or maybe logistics, there will be like more than 10,000 number of articles. So what does this 1,000 article indicate or suggest? It suggests that this is an emerging area of research that will allow for vast opportunities for us researchers to explore according to our interests. Yeah? And areas for social science, there are only 581. For business and management, there is less, 403. And for country Malaysia, the initial search results is actually 28, which means that we need to do more. And for the area of economics, econometrics, and finance, there are only 179, even though that maybe once we see gig economy, we are thinking of, well, it's related to economics, and maybe a lot of economics papers or a lot of economics are doing research on this field, but this is actually the story, yeah, less than 200. Let us go into the first research question here. Current research in selected disciplines. What are the current research landscapes of gig economy within the disciplines of economic, business, management, and social science? And this is the overall results for the gig economy. And you could see that in Scopus database, it only started in 2009. Yeah, but then maybe the number is less than 10, and it starts to increase starting in the year 2016, and more research are being conducted, and up until today the number is so don't get it wrong by the 2024, because we are just like half of the year. It's like the first, this may be the first quarter of the year publication. And next is the documents by subject area, and we could see that most papers focus on social science, economics, and also business and management. Documents per year by source. Why am I showing this? Because maybe if you are keen into working on gig economy and you are thinking of publication, this can help you to look for what are the journal articles, what are the journals that are friendly to gig economy. Yeah, so you can get some ideas where to publish. So new technology work and employment are very gig economy friendly. Proceedings of the SCM, Work Employment and Society, SCM International Conference, and Nexus Conference. So you could see here that conference are more friendlier than journals themselves. Document per year by source, documents by affiliation. Why am I showing this? Because maybe if you are looking for experts from other countries, you can actually seek from these institutions. And of course, the first one is Oxford, followed by Melbourne, and then Oxford again, and then Toronto in Canada, and then Sydney, Manchester, Bristol, London, and etc. etc. Documents by funding sponsor, if you are looking for fund or you are looking for research grants, and this can actually help you. Yeah, Horizon 2020, and also some other international grant. All right. Let us start with this subject area. Yeah. Social science. Hang on. Okay. So this is for the social science and also social science. All right. So this is the analysis of what research areas are being investigated within the area of social science. So you could see here that based on the author keywords, the research or the focus of the research within the social science are just following on these three different components. Yeah. You could see it's on your right here. It's focusing on employment, and then it's looking for the immigration, and a lot more on the right. On the right note, on the immigration, employment, or Chinese women labor, and gender emergency, and these are all interconnected. And when I look at the index keywords, what is actually the difference between index keywords and author keywords? Okay, that is for your homework to look for. What is actually the difference, so that whenever that you look or you identify the keywords for your paper, you do not make a big mistake. Yeah. So here, the findings, common topics are related to work design, motivation, and also safety. So based on all this interconnection of the nodes, within the social science research, there are three common topics, which are first, work design, motivation, and also safety. So when I cluster this into a more detailed component, I could say that these are according into the job design, job resources, and job demand at one side, and then transportation, road and streets, occupational risk and safety, accident prevention, and safety behavior is at another component, and then another component is focusing on job satisfaction and also motivation. So we could see here that social science research are focusing more on the workers and focusing more on, maybe because of the research are focusing more on riders and also maybe about Grab. So they are looking more on this safety behavior. And since this research have been plenty, maybe we should shift to other areas of interest. For instance, what are the potential and future research of gig economy within social science? We can explore on AI and job design. So maybe the first one here, the job design is there, but because of AI is starting to dominate work, and then we might want to explore how does it affect the job design of the gig workers. Is there any new jobs creation? Is there any jobs that are no longer required? Or maybe because of Ruth's research are focusing on that, maybe suggesting for the index and policy related to health and safety could help to create a better ecosystem. Or we could also look for the globalization and labor mobility policy, because take note that I highlighted earlier, we are talking about one person residing in Malaysia, but working for a company in Canada, maybe. So we are looking at online labor mobility. So what is actually a policy there? Are we looking for the policy for Malaysian workers or Canadian workers? Or maybe there is actually a specific gig policy for inter-country and things like that. Yeah. So moving forward is the business management and accounting. So we could see here that again, business management and accounting research in Scopus publication only started in 2016. So it's actually a very, very new areas of research that have been explored only recently. So a lot of opportunities are here. Next one here is document by affiliation, and you could notice that University of Oxford sits everywhere, covering business, accounting, social science, economics, and etc. etc. Yeah. Also, similar institutions like Sydney and maybe Melbourne. We have Melbourne earlier, and also similar grant or funder. Next one here, documents per year per source. These are some of the publications that or journals that maybe we might have the opportunity. And here is the analysis of what research or what are the research in the areas of business and accounting. And this is based on author keywords. So you could see that there are different colors and there are more connectivity and more connections, and you could see that some nodes are bigger than the others, whereas some are very, very small. And we could see here that some of the noticeable nodes include algorithmic management, platform economy, Uber, employment, and human resource management, and gig work, and things like that. What about the index keyword? So the index keyword here gives a more clear visualization, and we could see bigger nodes as compared to user keywords. So here, the findings that common topics are related to employment, labor market, working conditions, algorithm, commerce, human resource management, and also digital platforms. So these are the current research. What can be the potential research for the future? Yeah? So here, we could see again in a more a specific manner, trying to link between this gig economy and employment. You see, when we use Voice Viewer, for those of you who have yet to explore Voice Viewer, you can download it for free and you can just explore. And whenever that you place your cursor on any of the nodes, it gives you the interconnections with the related topics by the keywords. Yeah, so we could see here that employment, when I place my cursor on employment, it is connected to labor market, labor supply, labor relations, e-learning, commerce, and decision making, which means that all of these are very, very important. We are looking at labor, but when we say labor, do not only confine our thinking on the employees. Labor encompass both employer and employees, and also the policy, and also the relationship, and many others. Yeah, a lot of opportunities. So what are the potential and future research of gig economy? Again, we can tap into AI and job security, and also platform governance and regulations, because previously it has this algorithm, and how can we ensure that algorithm is fair and it doesn't discriminate workers based on their background or based on their performance. So because of current scenario, there can be some manipulations of the input of the data when people are rating the workers. So there can be a discrimination and there can be a bias review. So how can we ensure that the platform is more secure and highly regulated? So this is actually a potential area of research. And I have also searched on the linkage between gig economy and sharing economy, because this is very much related. Yeah? And we could see here that sharing economy are actually related into three different components. Number one, organization. Number two, individual. And number three is the technology advancement, because they are the three components. And future research, because sharing economy is something like whenever that maybe you have a place that underutilized, you can put it on Airbnb and it becomes fully utilized. So you have this resource utilization, or maybe if you have some kind of vehicles that are being underutilized, then you can rent it for someone, and that person can actually use that for Grab. So here, this is a potential for business model disruptions, which means that how the current traditional business might change, and it opens up the avenue for agile business model, which means that agile business that is not fixed and it keeps changing based on different scenarios. The next one here is on the economics, econometrics, and also finance documents per year. And we could see also that the when it began, it's slightly older than business and management, where the first publication, or maybe publication in Scopus, started in 2014, and then the number keeps increasing, but it's slightly lower in 2022 and keeps increasing again in 2023. And we are looking for a higher number of publications within this area this year and also the following year. Next one here is the documents by affiliation. Again, we could see that Oxford is the champion for all the three disciplines. And wow, yeah. Finally, we have a country. We have our own Malaysian having a large number of publications within the areas of economics, econometrics, and also finance. We have altogether out of 179, 8 articles are from Malaysian, or maybe related to Malaysia. Next one here is the documents per year per source, and you could see that these are some of the articles that are starting or publishing a lot of economics, econometrics, and finance papers related to gig economy. And if you have interest, take note on this and do tap on the potential publications. And let's explore on the index keywords here. So in the areas of economics, econometrics, and finance, we have, that we have here some nice interrelated connections between, you could see that air pollution, fuel experience, employment, self-employment, income distribution, labor markets, entrepreneur, centralized workers. So maybe you are wondering, is this really economics, econometrics and finance? Well, this is based on the index keywords, that are being offered by the journal themselves. So let's take a look at what happened when I search for the author keyword. So it's slightly different. Defining common topics related to econometrics, finance, economics, platform economy, digital labor, digital platform, labor market, and also self-employment. So the topics are slightly different than the previous ones. And if we could see here, gig economy or digital platforms is actually like some of the bigger nodes, which means that a lot of research have been conducted in this area. So what are the potential and future research direction? Maybe because of research have been carried out on the platform economy, we might want to tap into the economy policy or platform economy policy and also governance, and again, global mobility and labor relations. And because we are talking about labor here, maybe we are looking for labor diversity and also inclusivity, because remember, with this open opportunity for the online, everybody can participate. Yeah? But even though that it allows everybody to participate, is inclusivity there? Is diversity there? Is there any preference on certain segmentations of the labor market? So that is actually what we might want to venture into. And finally, on the income volatility, and also financial resilience. People are talking about being in gig economy, I am my own boss, but are they really happy with their income? Is the income flexible, or is the income stable? What about their financial resilience? Does it make sense? Or does it make sense to only work in the gig economy for a very short-term period and then you can survive, for a longer period of time? So how can we help them? So these are some of the potential questions. And finally, let us look into gig economy in Malaysia. So here is a quick snapshot of where the publications are, and we could see that 61% are the articles publication, whereas the other 18% are from conference papers, and the other one slightly from editorial, book review, and book chapter. And then we also have subject area. It's slightly similar to the overall Scopus subject area, but then there is additional discipline here, which is on computer science. And document by affiliation, lecturers or maybe researchers, authors from UiTM is actually publishing the highest, or having the highest publication with 6 articles or maybe 6 publications, followed by Universiti Malaysia Sabah, and then UUM, UM, and Taylor's University Malaysia. So if you are looking for collaborators, or let's say you are trying to look for grants and you are looking for national collaborators, so these are some of the potential where you should seek for maybe engagement from all of these universities, yeah, because the experts are here. Next one here is documents by funding sponsor, of course, by KPT. Maybe this is FRJS, and also from related universities.
Sorry, Dr. Rini, you have about 5 minutes
Yes.
left.
Yay! Okay, next one here, what are the current and potential research on gig economy in the Malaysian setting? So we could see here that research are focusing on e-hailing, alternative credential, artificial intelligence, deterioration, and also economic analysis. And here, when we see at the a better resolution or better visualizations of the index keyword, this is what we can see. So here are the analysis and findings of the gig economy in Malaysia, and listed here are all the papers that are being published from 2024, in 2024 down to, 2019. So implication in the future research agenda, what's next? So this will wrap up my my presentation. What's next? As I have suggested some of the potential areas of research, but through some analysis and also comparisons with some other papers, these are the 4 areas that we could tap into. Number 1 is the labor market and social protections, which include the job mobility, financial resilience, inclusive employment, social safety nets. Number 2 is the agile business model, which means that we can look into the disruptive traditional business ecosystem, and we are looking for risk management, pricing strategies, new market creations, and we are trying to tap into the global and local characteristics of gig economy platform. And also for big data, security and privacy, do not forget that gig actually depends on digital solutions or technology innovation. So we can tap into the security and privacy, and also looking for decision-making algorithm, and also platform regulations, and also digital skills, literacy, and also competency. Because as of now, maybe those who are IT savvy can penetrate or can take the advantage of gig economy, but what about those who have lack of knowledge or competency in digital and also literacy and competency? So that is actually that we need to also revisit the curriculum offered in university, because we are not just preparing the gig workers, but we are preparing for them to organize and to offer their own platform. So that is actually possible. So look at the different sides of the stories, or look at the different spectrum of gig economy, and not just focusing on one specific component only. Yeah? And finally, we'll see you. I'll see you at ABRIC 2024. I have 2 papers that I've registered in ABRIC with my co-researchers and my fellow authors. But these papers will be presented by Dr. Sri Fathiani Abdul Qadir Jalani, and looking forward for you to enjoy these 2 papers, Combating Social Media Rumors and also From Social Innovation to Income Generation. So I do hope that I thank you very much for your patience and for your focus for today's sessions. And if there is any question, I try my best to answer most of them. So thank you very much again, and back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Associate Professor Dr. Ernie. Right on the dot. And that requires a lot of skills in terms of you trying to present your work within a time limit. So again, thank you very much, Dr. Ernie, so for the
Thank
wonderful
you.
insights and discussion on the recent development of current research and future direction of the gig economy. I think we all understand that the gig economy currently is a popular option for a lot of people. Either they want to do it as a stable income or an side income per se, right? I think you highlighted a few issues with regards to the gig economy, mainly being the sustainability issues, career progression, as also highlighted by the World Bank. So looking at the chat box and Q&A box here, we have a couple of questions, but I think I need to be selective a little bit. Dr. Ernie, I hope that's
Right.
fine with you.
Okay.
This one
Sure.
here, okay, dia kata, hi doctor, can we say that remote job is actually contributing or part of the gig economy? In your opinion, is AI may replace the gig workers? Is that question?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I believe there are 2 components in the question. One is on the remoteness of the work. So when we look for remoteness, maybe this slide here could help to answer the questions. Remoteness, which means that we are not in the office, or we are at the other, whenever that we are, as long as the work is done. Well, that actually depends. Gig work is by default temporary. So this is actually the definition. So whenever that lecturers are doing the work remotely, we are permanent staff. So this doesn't count as gig workers. But if, for instance, maybe we are part-time, full-time lecturers employed by ourselves, we only see our students online, and that's actually temporary, and we do that remotely. That actually meets the characteristics of gig economy online workers. Yeah, and number 2 is the question on whether or not AI will replace some of the work here. Definitely. Yeah, because maybe at this moment, we need researchers for the some work like data analysis and things like that. But because of the advancement of technology, we may no longer require humans. So don't be surprised that in the future, maybe institutions do not require us lecturers. a lot of lecturers. Maybe they still require lecturers, but to a smaller number. So I do hope that actually answers the questions. Yeah. Next one.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Ernie. We hope that answers your question, Puan Nurul. And we have another question here. I think we have time for one more question, Dr. Ernie. Yeah? So the question is, what transformation do you foresee for the gig economy in the future?
What transformation? I cannot dictate exactly as it is, but we can see here again, technology advancement, preference for people to work at they are not following the office hour. So one of the best perk of gig economy is you can do the work wherever that you want, whenever that you want. So that is actually like the supply of the workers will be abundant. So when people see that there are actually opportunities, in fact, it actually lures people who have work, who have permanent work, but because of maybe they feel that they have a lot of ample time and they want to participate. So that actually creates a big rush of job supply or maybe the supply of the laborers. So because of then it actually it actually follows the demand and supply theory. Yeah, the more supply of the workers that we have, but the demand for the job is constant, then maybe companies will take advantage of this. We will be employed, but the salary or the benefits will be lower because of the equilibrium style. If you could actually visualize the interaction between supply and demand, those that actually when we learn it's actually for price, for defining the price, but that can also be applied for the demand and supply of the labor in this scenario. So a lot of workers are looking forward into participating into this, but then because of the work is there, and that the salary or benefits might be reduced, and that actually goes into that what kind of policy that we can induce to help those who are really in need of employment get the priority, because we have to make sure that everybody is given the opportunity to be employed. It's not necessarily because we are highly qualified, but we have to also consider the others. So that is actually one potential scenario that I could see within the area of gig economy. That's actually about the labor supply. And maybe there are actually many more. And members of the floor, if you have more opinions that you want to share with regards to this discussion, I think Dr. Muhaslisha, we can open up for others to share their opinions too, yeah, because I could see that there are actually experts in these areas.
Yes, definitely. So as what Dr. Ernie mentioned, if anyone has anything they want to add on based on what Dr. Ernie presented, please do so. We have a couple more minutes to spare. And just on the note whereby Dr. Ernie mentioning just now, the future transformation, you're talking about the supply and demand thing as well. I think huge transformation will also happen if certain areas, key issues, as you mentioned earlier on during the presentation, like labor regulation, insurance issues. I think that if it is able to be addressed properly, I think we can see huge transformation for the gig economy in the future. Again, Dr.
Yes.
Ernie, wonderful presentation. I think a lot of us have
Thank you very much.
especially in terms
Yeah.
of the voice viewer. I've always find it very intriguing and very exciting. And
You
yes,
have a lot of fun.
yeah,
Yeah, using that.
I hope that inspire people to get into research more, including myself as well, looking at what you have
Right.
presented today. So if there's no one else wants to give any additional information, I think we can move on to the photo session. So I would like to kindly request everyone, if possible, if not, anyone who are able to turn on their camera, please do so that the secretariat may take a screenshot of this first session for today. Okay, we give about perhaps 10 seconds for everyone to turn on their camera. Thank you for turning on your camera. I think we'll wait 5 more seconds before I'll screenshot everything, okay? Okay, the secretariat is on standby. Okay, everyone get ready, smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, wait, I'm gonna take the next page. 1, 2, 3. Is it enough or do we need one more page? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, everyone, thank you very much. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Ernie, for your presentation and everyone else for your time. Please stay in the session for everyone else because we have more speakers after this. Is that Puan Rose Intan? Are you raising your hand? Do you have anything to say? No? Okay. All right. Again, thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Ernie. And for the others, please stay for the next session, which will start tentatively at 10 o'clock. Okay.
So thank you very much, Dr. Mazlisha, as the chairperson for today's session. And I also like to congratulate the organizing committee, ABRIC 2024, to the presidents and also to Dr. Wani, who has been helping me a lot with this with today's session, and also to the to my colleagues who are present today, and also to my dear students, Maria, who is also here to support me. So again, thank you very much, and all the best to the next presenters.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ernie. Assalamualaikum. Okay, the next talk will start, as I mentioned just now, tentatively at 10 o'clock with our guest speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Srijith Bala Subramaniam. So we'll see you guys back in 5 minutes' time. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you are still tuned in on this particular pre-conference talk in conjunction with 6th ABRIC 2024. So for our next session, we have a second speaker, right? Will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Srijith Balasubramaniam. A little bit information on Dr. Srijith. He is an associate professor and currently the head of the Center of Supply Chain Excellence at Middlesex University, Dubai. He is also the chair of the Office of Research. Dr. Srijith completed his PhD from Middlesex University Business School in London. His areas of expertise include supply chain, operations management, disruptive technologies, sustainability, and knowledge management. The title for Dr. Srijith's talk today will be on the adoption of artificial intelligence in public sector, the case of United Arab Emirates. Associate Professor Dr. Srijith, the platform is all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Masli, for the kind introduction. Hope I am audible for you.
Yes, one thing I forgot to mention, you have 45 minutes. At the 40 minutes mark, I will inform you that you have 5 minutes left.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'll try my best to finish in 40 minutes.
Sure.
Welcome from my side to everyone and good morning to all the attendees here. It's early morning in Dubai at 6 a.m., but I'm really delighted to join the conference and also Middlesex University Dubai to also be part of the conference as a co-organizing university as well. So I'm delighted for that. I'm going to share my PowerPoint presentation. Please confirm if you are able to see the slides.
Yes, Dr. Srijith, clear.
Excellent. Perfect. So I will start. So as Dr. Masli mentioned, the topic today is about the adoption of artificial intelligence in the public sector. I'll be talking about the case of the United Arab Emirates. So one of my areas of research is about disruptive technology. So I do studies in blockchain, AI, and other automation and other robotics and other disruptive technologies. But as you know, artificial intelligence is one of the main technologies which have shown prominence, especially in the last 2 years. Ever since the popularity of ChatGPT, a lot of talk has been there on the use of generative AI application. But we want to look at how AI can be used at a country level. So we talk about how we using AI for organizations, for businesses. We talk about all the top 500 companies, including Microsoft and Google. They're all moving in the direction of AI. But I want to present the case of how AI can be adopted at a country level. And this finding will be useful for other countries who are looking to advance AI application, and through that you can enhance the development of a country. UAE is still in the early stages of AI adoption, but whatever they have done so far, it's a very good example. So that's my idea of today's presentation, is to showcase the strategy adopted by United Arab Emirates. It's a very planned approach. So basically we are looking at what are the building blocks required for a country to develop a very strong, robust, but a futuristic strategy to leverage the benefits of artificial intelligence, especially in the public sector. Aware about United Arab Emirates. So it's one of the 7 countries in the Gulf Cooperation of Countries, or GCC. Here, unlike some of the other countries, public sector is at the forefront of innovation. Usually the private sector follows the public sector. So public sector in UAE, they adopt a lot of technologies. And for those, I know some of you would have been here in Dubai, would have seen this. So this is the Dubai, especially one of the cities in UAE, along with Abu Dhabi, which is another main city, it's a futuristic city. And UAE and Dubai wants to become a leader in terms of adoption of new technology. So in the right side, I've shown maybe a city from Europe. It's more traditional city, but UAE's focus is to become initially it was to become a smart city. Now Dubai wants to become an intelligent city. So we'll see the transition from smart city to intelligent city. It's the use of AI, right? If you want to become intelligent, you have to use artificial intelligence applications. Now, before I get into how UAE is approaching the adoption of artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence have several domains. I know some of you are experts here in AI, but from my current understanding, AI has different layers, and now we are talking about generative AI, but there is also machine learning and deep learning, and now we have the more advanced language or text-based models for the generation of generative AI. But at the same time, for AI to work, you also need big data. And along with it, we have a lot of data analytics as well. So you can see there is a lot of overlap between big data and data analytics and the use of AI application. And also we have computer vision technologies like smart cameras, and also we have the natural language processing. For example, ChatGPT is an example of NLP or generative AI, artificial intelligence. Now, moving to the application of AI into different fields, you can see here AI is being adopted across all industries, which means every industry, regardless, any country, they are prone to the disruption from artificial intelligence. Some industries are more affected than others, but almost every industry is affected by AI. You can see in the screen here, I know some of the text is small, but I'm not going to go through each of these technologies, but you can see here it's affected the most. And one industry which is affected is the healthcare industry. And we have seen that during COVID-19, AI really helped hospitals and doctors to support them, because during COVID-19, hospitals didn't have space because there were a lot of patients coming in, and they had to use AI to support the doctors. For example, the X-ray detection, whether you have a COVID or you don't have, you can actually ask the AI to detect through image detection based on the X-ray. And later on, there is voice recognition. So basically, to the extent with a 99% accuracy of detecting a COVID symptom based on the coughing sound. And that too, you can actually record it through a mobile phone, right? And that too, and then you have smart cameras to check whether the social distancing is maintained, or whether to track, whether you had any contact with a COVID patient. So AI has been used in various ways. I can go on and give you a few more examples in the healthcare, because that's one area also I do research on, is the adoption of AI in the healthcare. Even to the extent of predictive capability of AI algorithms to see which patients are more prone to develop serious symptoms based on some of their existing conditions. So there are many use of AI at a population level to predict the spread of COVID, to even estimate the number of ventilators required or ICUs required, based on the symptoms of the existing patients. So there are so many applications of AI in manufacturing now. AI is used, generative AI is used for developing different innovative designs in products. Finance industry is another industry which along with fintech, AI is being used now to to predict the high-risk customers, to predict those customers which have a good payment history, and many of these loans can be automated. AI automation goes hand in hand along with other application. And in my area of logistics also now AI is used in warehouses. Smart cameras are used. And it's also used to optimize packaging size. So you take a picture of the cardboard and you look at the number of items that you need to put inside those box. AI will tell you the best way to package it so that we can reduce any empty space, and we can reduce the air. We say we don't ship air in logistics because it's a waste of space. We have to optimize it. So AI helps you in almost every industry. I'm just giving you a few examples from select industry. The other industry is the retail industry. Now AI is used to predict the consumer behavior. AI, again, computer vision technologies is used to analyze the people's movement within the retail store, which area they tend to prefer than others. So there are many ways of how AI is being used, the different fields of AI, whether it's computer vision, whether it's chatbots. There are different applications of AI. Now, coming to the importance of AI and the future of work. This is very important because there are many debates on what will happen to us, right? And I say us means employees, students who are going to start work in few years. What happen to them? Would the work will remain the same, or would the work be affected by AI? And the answer is yes and no. Because if we say that AI, is not going to, take away people's job, then we are lying. Definitely, AI is going to take away many people's job. Already, in most supermarkets now, it's all self-check-in, self-checkout counters, and you don't see any more cashiers, right? So there is, of course, AI is taking, or technologies is taking a lot of jobs away, especially jobs which are repetitive. Which are labor intensive, which can be, so anything that can be automated will be automated now in the future. So that will replace for sure. And then it also will displace some of the skills that we needed. So we might need advanced critical thinking skills because some of those normal, let's say, Excel skills or something which we used to do simple problem solving, now AI can take over that. So it can display some of our skills. Now it can also complement, which means it can help you. You can work with AI, right? As I said, doctors can work with AI to help them make better decisions, right? And it can also help you augment. So, complex cognitive analytical tasks, now you can use AI, right? So, big data and, so those analysis which used to take maybe days or even weeks, now you can use, big data and AI, you can combine and you can get a lot of rich information. And finally, the best way would be to elevate our capabilities. Start using AI, for instance, right? Now, as a researcher, I also considering using AI, right? I know we tell students not to use ChatGPT, but at the end of the day, that could be the skill that would be required in the workplace. So we cannot stop students from saying not to use AI, or we police them, block them from using. I don't think that's the right approach. I think we should let them know there are so many tools which actually can help enhance your learning. So ultimately, we want AI to support our capability. So you have to elevate. Elevate means we are confident about using this technology so that our productivity can be increased, our efficiency can be increased, and which helps us to perform at a higher level. So that's the whole idea of using AI. So here, humans will still lead, but AI or machines or technology will support us. So that's the ideal scenario we want. But at the same time, many jobs, especially repetitive jobs, will be lost. So it will create new jobs, but it will create jobs at a high level, at a higher order thinking level. But it will take away jobs. So that's the future we need to prepare ourselves, right? So I'll explain later what we need to do to ensure that we are ready for this future. And I'll give you examples of what UA is doing, because UA is already seen this, right? This is going to happen. You forecast this is going to happen. So we are going to do something about it, because you don't want, at the end of the day, we don't want people to lose jobs and their livelihoods. We want to upskill and reskill them, right? So we have a structured approach to achieving it. Now, in terms of AI, I told about AI, its importance, and the statistics clearly shows worldwide the AI growth is forecasted to, would say, more than double, I think triple from 2023 levels. So it's around 240 billion US dollars is the market size for AI. Now it's expected to be around $750 million by 2030. So it's around in the next 5 to 7 years, you can almost see the AI market size tripling, which means more and more adoption of AI. If you have seen a lot of adoption of AI, think again, it's going to triple in the next 5 to 7 years. So imagine the amount of new jobs it will create, but at the same time, the amount of jobs it will take away as well. Yeah? And within specific AI, we are looking at generative AI, right? This is specific application where it can create new content, not only the capability of AI to segregate, identify patterns, identify correlation. This also generate new content. Generative AI has become so popular in the last 1 year. So imagine creative design teams can create thousands or even millions of different designs by simply combining different colors and patterns. So this is the capability of generative AI. And one good example is the Nutella, right? The chocolate cream. So Nutella created, I think, more than unique designs using color combinations and shapes, which means every user would get a tailored design for their jar. No two people will have a same design. So this is the opportunity, right? Customization, personalization, or even hyper-personalization of tailored for customers. So this is some of the application of generative AI. And again, this is growing at an even higher rate than the artificial intelligence in general. So generative AI is expected to increase 5 times in the next 7 years. So this is another forecast for generative AI. This is from Statista. Now moving to the different industries. I already touched upon some of the application here. One industry is banking. So some of you might be working in the banking industry or studying in banking industry. So this is one industry that will be really impacted by artificial intelligence. So I will give you a few examples. So here, one of the leading banks, Emirates, NBD, we call it, which is a merger between Emirates Bank and National Bank of Dubai, and combined it's called the Emirates NBD. It's one of the largest banks. They don't have a physical customer service person. So we are talking, so whenever I call the bank, I'm talking to a AI computer or AI person. So it's not a real person, but I'm talking and I'm communicating. It gives you answers like a real person. But at the same time, it has its advantages. It's not 100% perfect. There are certain things it can say. I mean, it can give you answers, but certain things it cannot. It's a step in the right direction. But 90% of your questions, like what is your account balance, what is your payment deadline, all these answers it can give you. So it's basically it's voice recognition. It gives you response. It knows how to give you, respond to your queries, just like how a human customer service person will give you, right? Just like you're talking to Siri or Alexa, it gives you a response. The other industry, other is retail industry. So for retail industry, again, you get all your offers in your applications. You can chat via your WhatsApp. So any of your queries, you're getting chatbots is giving you answers. Same with banking industry, retail industry. Now again, your 24/7 support, 90% of your simple queries are answered by chatbots. So again, this is another application of AI. And then it moves to the other, like professional services, to this includes interior design, for instance. Generative AI can help us with different design combinations. Discrete manufacturing, again, AI helps you to kind of, say a big manufacturing project. It can divide it into smaller tasks, and then it helps you to identify what is the best optimal way to do the manufacturing, and then we can produce the final product. So it's a lot of application in addition to the healthcare and other aspects. Education sector, I would say it comes under professional services or other, I'm not sure, but education industry is also now influenced by AI, right? If you are worried about your students using ChatGPT, then means AI is having an impact on the education industry. But at the same time, it also have an opportunity. I yesterday ran a workshop on using AI tools in research, and there are so many very good tools for doing literature review. There is Elicit, there is Research Rapid. There are so many good tools now will help you with your research, especially in doing literature review as well. Yeah. Coming to the second part of my presentation is to see how UAE is adopting the strategic framework for adopting AI. But UAE's framework only limits to AI, but my focus of today's presentation is on AI. But just give you a broad overview, UAE has, this was developed in 2018. So it was, futuristic 5-6 years back itself, UAE developed the fourth industrial revolution strategic framework. The idea here is to use the fourth industrial revolution, which means all the new technologies combined is the fourth industrial revolution, including AI, including blockchain, including robotics, all those 3D printing and all those new technologies combined is the fourth industrial revolution. And UAE wants to use this. First, they want to test it in the public sector. They want to make, as I said, a city to be an intelligent city. But to achieve an intelligent city, you want first your government services to be intelligent, right? So intelligent government services deliver the world's best intelligent, seamless, and citizen-centric government services that boost the happiness and well-being. I'll give you one example of the intelligent government service. This is here the Dubai Electricity and Water Authority. We call it the DEWA. So if you download the app, it gives me alerts. If any particular day my electricity or water consumption is high than the previous day or the previous month or the previous year, it gives me an alert in my phone saying, look, you have a higher consumption. So I can control my usage of water or electricity because I can see real time. So I can even see yesterday's consumption in my phone. So this is government providing the services. Instead of getting my monthly bill, I'm also getting, I can actually monitor my real-time home usage. And this is, I don't have to use any equipments for this. This is all provided by government. So this is just one example. And here in Dubai, we have to we have transitioned to paperless strategy where no paperwork is required, whether it's visa application, whether any government documentation, whether it's property title deeds, everything is digital. There is no paperwork required. All are digital and all are in blockchain platform. So which means we get intelligent consumer experience. So we can get hyper personal and shopping experience using these technologies, right? And once you have this, now we are moving to intelligent cities. A few days back, UAE announced the use of flying taxis. So it will be, I was about to say on the roads, now in the sky in the next 2 years at most, or by next year, end of next year, we'll be seeing a lot of flying taxis in Dubai. So that's been given the approval, and soon we will see that in the road. So it's again part of your intelligent driverless transport system. So we are talking about driverless metro, whether it's driverless taxis. In many areas in UAE now, it's already piloting driverless taxis. So yeah, it's moving towards an intelligent city framework. Coming to the UAE National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence 2031. So it's 7 years from now, right? We are already in 2024. UAE wants to become the world's most prepared country for artificial intelligence. And this is coming from from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, who is the UAE's Vice President and Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai. So here you can see the top leaders, the country leaders itself is making the announcement and working hard to ensure the country is prepared for artificial intelligence. As I said, while Google, Amazon, Microsoft, they are trying to implement AI in the organization, UAE wants to implement AI at a country level. And this is coming again from Omar Sultan Al Olama. He's the Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence. And he's also the first AI minister in the world. In 2017, UAE appointed the first AI minister. This was the first time any government or any country has a dedicated minister for artificial intelligence in 2017, which was 7 years back. So it shows UAE's futuristic vision, and it has shown dividend. Now, among the various developed countries, now UAE is ranked 18th worldwide. As I said, it's not still among the top, but 18th worldwide. It's still a very good ranking, especially considering the fact that if you see the top 20 countries, the difference is not much, right? It's only like 10 to 15 point difference between US, which is leading in terms of government AI readiness, versus UAE, which is ranked 18th. But when you compare UAE, and you can also see Malaysia is among the top, I think, 25 countries as well. So Malaysia is also really doing well in terms of government AI readiness. In terms of the regional readiness, ranked first in the region, followed by Saudi Arabia. So you can see it's even above Saudi Arabia in terms of the region, and it's well ahead than many of the other countries in this region. Now, how to achieve the objectives? As I said, you can have vision, but if you're teaching business strategy, you cannot achieve vision if you don't have the strategy and the business objectives and KPIs, right? And the strategic pyramid, where it starts with the vision, but the bottom is where you do the operational performance, the strategic objectives. So this is the objectives of UA's objectives for AI. I have kind of formulated in the form of a strategic pyramid, and you can see at the top UAE wants to be the top leading AI destination. As I said, you have that as a 2031 vision, right? UAE wants to achieve that by 2031. But it's not a top-down approach, it's a bottom-up approach. You see the strategic pyramid, it's the baseline, right? The strategic pyramid, the bottom strategies, right? That is the foundation. Without the foundation, you cannot achieve your objectives. So what you need to build a strong AI for a country level, you want the best people, right? You want to attract the best talent from the worldwide. And the UAE is doing that by having global talent for AI to come and work in the UAE. and then support universities like us or other universities and also research centers build world-leading research capability, right? Industry, academia partnerships. So we want research in AI. Then we need data, right? And how you can achieve data, by digitalizing the services. So as I said, almost all government services are now completely digital. This means you have rich data available as well. So digitalization of services brings a huge amount of data, which you can then use that data to run AI application, to train different models. And then the fourth strategic pillar is the strong government or effective government regulation and strong governance. This allows to regulate AI. And I say regulate doesn't mean prevent it, but provide supportive regulation for AI. And then you have the foundation, then you can see the adoption. But as I said, adoption will not happen across all industries. You have to prioritize. As I said, healthcare is one industry UAE prioritize. Manufacturing, right? Retail. So you have to identify industries where you can see immediate adoption of AI. And then you create a fertile ecosystem. So how do you create a fertile ecosystem? By supporting startup companies, providing funding support for companies who actually want to adopt AI, give them companies access to data, right? And then adopt AI for customer services. End of the day, you want your countries, your citizens, your residents wants to be happy with the adoption of AI. So whatever AI application, it should ensure it improves the the lives of people. And once you achieve this, obviously your reputation will increase. So this is the bottom-up approach, not the top-down approach. You can have the vision on paper, but if you don't do the groundwork, you will not be able to achieve your strategic objectives. Okay, are you able to hear and it's clear so far? Any questions?
So far, okay, Dr. Srijith. Any questions?
Okay, sure.
We will compile and ask it at the end of the session.
Yeah. I think I'll move on now. Okay, thank you. So now coming to AI's forecasted contribution to GDP, UAE is forecasted to reach 335 additional GDP because of the AI. And you can see the different industries in which AI is being adopted in the UAE, including the finance sector, the mining sector, which includes the petroleum and other, which is one of the main contributors. But AI helps identify resources as well, new petroleum reserves as well. And in the construction industry, AI is being used. So almost all industries you can see adoption, but these are the 5 priority sectors. The top 5 are the priority sectors at the moment for UAE, and it's going to contribute to the GDP significantly by 2030. So, and coming to now the fertile ecosystem for AI, right? As I said, in 2017, when most of us didn't, saw AI coming, UAE appointed the world's first minister. So it clearly shows a futuristic government understands what is going to come and adopt the AI. And it's using a combination of funding, knowledge, strategic support to develop a good domestic AI system. AI Office will support the development of domestic AI startups. So a lot of startups are coming, not only from UAE, but also from outside. The Dubai government and also some of the other government in the region, in the UAE, the state governments are providing funding support. So already 2 billion AED, which is the local currency in dirhams, is being allocated to support local innovators. Yeah, so a lot of support is provided, especially for startups. And then we have the governance part, which means, as I said, it's important to have a governance. You want regulation to happen to keep pace with the technology adoption. Sometimes the regulation is too restrictive or there is no regulation in place. So the idea here is we want regulation, or we call it the regulation speed, that's the innovation speed. So UAE government keeps, they have a good policy team. So they look at the new technologies and develop policies in line with the new technologies. If policy is too restrictive, you say no, ban these technologies, or this is too risky, then there will not be technological adoption. At the same time, if you let all technologies, then becomes, it can become challenging if it is too permissive. So it's a very carefully planned approach is required to balance between the two. Yeah, and there is a council, UI Council for AI and Blockchain. They look at the new proposing policies and all of those. So they meet monthly, I believe, and then they look at what changes is required in the policy. So the important question here is, how might we get government to keep up with the incredible pace or change of new technologies? The answer is, we might design government for change. So we want government to move along with technologies, right? That's the idea here. And we have a UAE regulation lab developed in collaboration with Dubai Future Foundation. It also works with World Economic Forum to develop these new innovation. It also looks at other countries to get good ideas of good governance and borrow those ideas. At the same time, they also share these ideas with other countries. So we can co-create. So the best answer is to co-create legislation. We want all of the stakeholders. And Dubai government has come up with these non-binding guidelines. So you need an AI to be ethical. It needs to be secure. It needs to be help people like humanity, and it needs to be inclusive. Everybody should be able to use the AI technologies. And within the AI, there are 4 categories. So we call it the AI ethical guidelines. It needs to be fair. It needs to be accountable, right? You don't want AI to do something and then say, oh, you're not responsible. It's like Tesla, getting into an accident. The driving software is responsible, right? It needs to be accountable. The transparent needs to be transparent, since we need to know what is happening, and explainable, right? What is happening behind, right? Like ChatGPT, we don't know, right, how ChatGPT comes up with the text. So it needs to be explainable. What are the algorithms being used? It needs to be able to replicate and explain the backend. Now, this has now been adopted at a country level, and UAE published its AI ethical principles. It's open access. You can view this in December 2022. And it's also now developing. I know I'm very about the time, so I'll finish in another 5-7 minutes. We have a strong supportive infrastructure. So again, you need to have a strong infrastructure. Luckily, UAE has a good smartphone acceptance among the population. We have now moved from 3G to 5G. So most of UAE have 5G connectivity, and also good robust infrastructure, especially in terms of cloud infrastructure and secure servers. So right now, UAE has 235 megawatts of data center capability, because you need data centers to process these algorithms, and a lot of processing power is required for AI applications. So your infrastructure is very, very important for a country level to implement AI. Now, in addition to the infrastructure, we also need data. So UAE is moving towards open data portals. We're trying to make as much data publicly available as well. So now researchers and practitioners and AI scientists can now use the publicly available data and run those AI algorithms. So making data available to the public, right? Public open data policy is very important. And also for companies who cannot afford to invest in supercomputers or infrastructure, UAE, you can use the space, right? So AI supercomputer lab is especially for those who cannot afford these infrastructure. You can actually, you just have to go with the AI tools or technology, and then you can run those in their infrastructure. So government is providing the infrastructure with most advanced GPU systems to actually help with the computing and all. So if you don't have an infrastructure, that is not a limitation. You can actually seek support of and use government infrastructure to run your AI algorithms. Now, coming to the last part is the future of work. This was a recent survey by Ipsos, which says 57% of employees across in different industries think their job will be affected by AI. So we need to keep this, including us as academics. Our future of jobs will be affected. Out of 6% of the people, that is more than 1/3, right? At least 1 in 3 people surveyed said their job will be replaced. And that is scary. And that's the whole idea about how we need to prepare ourselves for the future. And we are talking about the next 5 years. They think their job will be taken away by AI, right? So this is where we need to show, we upskill and reskill the employees. So future of work and talent gap. So we did a benchmarking with UK. So UK is one of the leading countries in the adoption. And you can see 300,000 jobs in the UAE will not exist, will be affected by AI, and out of which 125,000 jobs is for the UAE nationals. Which means government has to do something, right? If this many jobs are lost in the UAE, then of course that will have a negative impact on people's lives and their happiness. So we identified this gap. We say, look, we need to upskill our employees. So UAE has developed a strategy. This is the education part, right? This is where as educators, as universities, we can support the government, right? We can provide public AI training. So UAE is already running free courses for the public to create awareness on AI. Upskilling students, training for government employees, professional upskilling. So, and also this is the last one is very important, is employment transition support. So anybody's job is affected by AI, you can actually identify other jobs where they can. So we are not just trying to fire people or replace them. We see, look, these are potential jobs that will be affected. So now we'll see this 1 year, 2 year in advance, and then we start training them and then move them to a different jobs where they can, where they have the skills necessary to continue their work, or maybe using AI tools so they can work with AI tools. So this is very important to see those affected and provide them with support. Last 2 slides. So UAE has developed a comprehensive AI program where it will train. So it has partnered with University of Oxford, University of Birmingham to give training for government employees, right? And here it starts with the top-down approach. Here you can also see they provide training for government employees, but they don't train employees at the low level first. They give training to the directors and the managers or the heads of the public sector. And because once you have the top leaders being trained on AI, then of course their department and then their employees will automatically get trained in the AI. So again, a top-down approach is used to train employees. So a lot of now graduates and are being trained on AI, and we recently established first AI university. So a completely dedicated university for artificial intelligence called the Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. It will now be a research university dedicated to advancing AI as a global force for humanity. Yeah, so I'm finished. I'm just sharing some of the few publications that I referred for this study and might be useful for you. Is the AI guide, the UAE National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence, AI adoption guidelines in government services, and also practical use cases, how AI has been affecting the industry, published by the government on different industries. So one is specific on media, which was a recent report in September 2023, how media is being affected by generative AI. And then there are 100 practical application and use cases of generative AI across industries. This was published again a year back, last year, 2023. Now you can see how, when we didn't talk much about generative AI, UAE has already published 100 use cases of generative AI. So this is some of the open access documents available for us to refer as well. That's it. Thank you so much. I look forward for any questions that may be made.
Thank you very much, Dr. Srijith, for this wonderful and very informative talk on AI. I believe you raised a lot of very valid points in terms of especially resistance to change. I believe you mentioned we cannot afford to resist technological advancement. In this case, it's the AI. And instead, we need to embrace. We cannot stop students from using AI because eventually after they graduate, they are going to use it in the working sector and whatnot. So yeah, I do concur with a lot of points that you have raised, and looking at the UAE's development on AI, I believe with the establishment of the Ministry of AI, and as well towards the end you mentioned the university dedicated to AI. This shows how serious I think UAE is in terms of pursuing. I think you mentioned intelligent city status just now. Yeah,
Yeah,
on that note
correct.
as well, I believe there's a lot of countries are moving towards that direction, particularly in Malaysia as well. We have recently established a AI center, but that is only within a public university, not yet on a scale of a. But I think generally we are moving towards that direction as well. The keyword being embraced, I believe, just now. And of course, there's issues, regulation issues, but those are the elements that I think we are going to address slowly, yeah, because it's still new, right? So again, thank you very much on that talk, Dr. Srijith, and again, being very early in the morning there in your place.
That's okay.
I believe the saying is that the early bird gets the worm, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so
That's true.
there are a couple of questions here. I think we have time for one or two questions. All right, the first question, Dr. Srijith, how do you think artificial intelligence will reshape industries and organization in the next decade? I think you have addressed, but never mind, just to
That
address it.
was one of the focus of today's talk is to create that awareness that it will have a disruptive impact. As like you clearly said, we need to really embrace, but certain sectors or industries will be affected more than other industries. As I said, banking and finance, for example, that's one industry. Healthcare industry. So all those service industries are likely to adopt it fast because it's much more easier than construction and manufacturing. There are other tools in construction and manufacturing, robotics or automation or 3D printing. But when it comes to specific to service industry like the retail, the finance, the banking, they will be affected a lot. So if you are looking into getting into that industry or you're already working in the industry, you need to be aware about your job position. So I would suggest that you go back and you do your own research about your career prospects, what current job you are doing or what job you are trying to get into. Because as students, we also dream, I want to become an accountant, I want to become an engineer. But you also have to think, would that what would be the nature of that position in 5 years from now, right? How accountant perform in 5 years compared to an accountant working now, right? Accountancy it's some of the solid jobs, I believe, right? Like, but now even that is now being affected by AI as well, right? So auditors and all of those. So these have to be, students needs to aware because they're going to make a career choice. They are going to get into industries. We don't want a situation where they go into an industry or sector without knowing the impact that they're going to do. So they have to be clearly aware about this. And again, you embrace, right? It's a continuous learning. It's no longer that you get into a job and then you retire in that job. It's we have to continuously upskill and reskill, and you cannot just let companies or government to give you training. You need to make an initiative by yourself to continuously learn, and that's the way to move forward. It's continuous learning.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Continuous learning, because at the end of the day, one of the crucial things that we should do is making informed decision, I believe, especially with students thinking about their career progression and whatnot. I think the first speaker also highlight the threat. To a certain extent, we view it as a threat, but to a certain extent, what is it opportunity as well, I believe. Yeah, Dr. Srijith?
Opportunity,
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. We have another question here from the chat box from Dr. Kuldeep. Doctor, how can government organization promote data-centric culture, which is crucial for AI success?
So that was one of my slides. I mentioned the infrastructure, right? It's very important. It's to have, the infrastructure. You need secure servers, you need storage infrastructure, because now as we adopt more and more generative AI and other algorithms, it requires significant computing power. And you need data storage as well because of the amount of data that is generated. And the other aspect I also mentioned is the security aspect, right? It has to be secure aspect. So now there is a, two things to look at it. One, we want AI to be adopted, but at the same time, we don't have the infrastructure. So in that case, previously, you tried to use Amazon Cloud, or you have to use, Microsoft Cloud or Google Cloud. So you are basically vulnerable to getting your data outside your country. And if you're a public sector, that's risky, right? You don't want your citizens' data to go outside your country. So especially in the public sector, you need to ensure that the data stays within the country in the servers and the storage and the data centers within the country. And UAE, it's challenging here because in the summer it gets up to 40-45 degrees Celsius, and this requires a lot of cooling because your data centers gets to heat up so fast. So you need a lot of advanced cooling system. Despite the challenge, they are building these data centers in the desert with cooling, so that we are future ready. We don't want a situation where we don't have the infrastructural capabilities to develop this. So as I said, like any country, whether it's building roads or bridges for the development of a country, the starting point is infrastructure. So you would need the data infrastructure. So US is going to invest, and so I mentioned 235 megawatts of computing power is there. It's always mentioned in watts, right? The computing power. So it's still higher than Saudi Arabia, which is 3 times bigger than UAE in terms of as a country. Now it wants to triple that power in the next 5 to 10 years. Already there are public-private partnerships to develop the infrastructure for cloud computing and secure data servers, and already tied up with many companies, including Amazon and Microsoft, to come and set up within the country. That's very important. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Again, Dr. Srijit, you mentioned a couple of points that, again, I would like to re-highlight. You mentioned about culture, changing culture without the infrastructure is something that is impossible, I believe. So infrastructure, I believe, should be in place, even though it's not complete. It can be in stages, and then you expect those culture to change over time, I believe. Because, again, we understand with culture is part of attitude that is it's kind of hard to change without any persuasion or any facilities provided, I believe. So that is a good point. And I believe in the case of UAE, you mentioned yourself that the government is the forefront of innovation, as opposed can be different with other countries where they look at the private sector. All right. So I think that is crucial as well. The country itself is looking to move forward. And then once the country themselves look to move forward, then culturally that will bring about changes to the population and the partnership as well. All right. I think that's all the question that we have for you, Dr. Srijit. So now let's move on to the photo session. Again, I would kindly ask and request participants to turn on your camera. I'll give about 10 to 20 seconds for everybody to prep. Perhaps some of you want to fix your smile or anything like that. Right. So now I will take a screenshot of each of the pages so that we have a memory that we can keep with Dr. Srijit. Okay, thank you everyone for turning on your camera. 5 more seconds before I start to snap pictures. Please bear with me because we have a couple of pages of people here. Okay, let's start with the first page. Smile. Second page. Okay, one more page. Okay, that's all for today. Not for today, for today's Dr. Srijit session. All right, again, thank you very much, Dr. Srijit, for spending your time and sharing the knowledge that you have, which is very interesting, which is very current, which is something that everyone is supposed to, again, look up and ultimately embrace. Anything that has to do with technology. Again, we appreciate your time, Dr. Srijit, and hope that we can, again, work together in the near future. Our highest gratitude to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Masli, for the kind invitation, and I'm really happy and glad to be part of this conference and also today's. And I would like to thank all the participants as well I'm sure there are two more, I think a couple of more interesting presentations to come as well. So thank you for organizing this, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Okay, thank you very much. You're welcome. All right, so everyone else, participants, please again stay, because our next session will start at 11 o'clock, and our next speaker is Dr. Intan Mafarina Omar from Universiti Malaya. She will be giving a talk on self-leadership and digital competence, and that will start at 11 o'clock. So we have a couple of minutes break, and then I will see everyone back here at 11 o'clock. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We will go into our third talk with our third speaker for today. And the third talk today will be given, as I mentioned just now, by Dr. Intan Mafarina Omar, who is a senior lecturer in the Educational Management Planning and Policy, Faculty of Education, Universiti Malaya. Dr. Intan earned her PhD in management from UiTM, and her research area is in organizational and industrial psychology, which include leadership, psychological leadership, organizational behavior, creativity and innovation, as well as quantitative methodology. Dr. Intan's talk for today will be on self-leadership and digital competence among students in Malaysian higher learning institutions. I believe Dr. Intan is here.
I'm here.
Okay, Dr. Intan, the platform is all yours. You have about 40 minutes, and then at the 35 minutes mark, I will inform you that there's 5 minutes left. Okay?
Okay, so before that, can you see my picture
Yes, I can.
and my voice? Is it okay?
Yes, clear, doctor.
Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. So first thing first, I would like to thank to the organizer and welcome to all the participants to this session. Okay, so and also thank you to the chairperson, Dr. Muhazli, right? Am I pronouncing
Just call me Mo, easier.
Mo? Okay, Dr. Mo. Okay, for this session. Okay, okay. And I will share my slide. Okay, can see my slide?
Yes, doctor, clear.
Okay, so perhaps I try to make it bigger here. Okay, is it moving?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, sorry, takes a little bit time because just want to
No problem.
check, just want to make sure that my slide is okay.
No problem.
Okay. So first thing first, okay, I would like to introduce myself. Okay, my name is Dr. Intan Mafarina Omar from Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, and my topic for today, okay, I'm going to talk about self leadership and digital competence among students in Malaysian Higher Learning Institute. Okay, so basically, okay, before we go further about the topic, okay, I would like to share and brief, okay, a little bit about what is self leadership, what is digital competence, and why I'm focusing the topics on Malaysian higher learning institutions. Okay, maybe some of us from different backgrounds. Okay, of course, my background is actually from the education context, and I believe that all the participants also from the different background, right? Okay, maybe from the education sector, same with me, maybe from the business, maybe from the administration. So I think it will be best for me, okay, to brief shortly, okay, what means by self leadership and also the digital competency. Okay, so in a short way, okay, self leadership is actually the application, okay, the application how a person lead themselves. Okay, normally or normally we will talk about leadership. Okay, leadership is a process how a person influence others, okay, to follow the direction, to follow the work process, or to follow and work together to achieve the goal or mission and vision. That's referred to the leadership. However, when we talk about self-leadership, okay, it is normally referring to the how a person lead themselves, okay, lead themselves to achieve a certain goal or to achieve a certain mission or vision. Okay, so that's a short briefing about self-leadership. And the second one, okay, when we talk about digital competence, okay, it is actually referring to the all abilities, all the skill, and also all the knowledge that related with the digital. Okay, and the last one, okay, why I'm focusing in the Malaysian highest learning institution, of course, first thing first, because I'm from the education background. Okay, of course I will focus about the learning institution. And the second one, okay, when we talk about learning, okay, sorry, when we talk about higher learning institution, okay, normally we need to give focus about three group. Okay, three group that normally related with the learning institution, or that the group that always related with the higher learning institution. Okay, first thing first, okay, the governance. And then the second one, of course, the educators. And the third one, again, of course, the students. So you need to remember and please bear in mind that when we talk about higher learning institution, these three group or these three main group always related with higher learning institution. Okay, the governance, the educators, and the students. Okay, so what means by the governance? Okay, the governance actually include the governments, okay, include the administration, include the management, or we can say that governance is a group of people, okay, that's administrates and also manage all the education policy, okay, that will be implemented in our education system. Okay. And then the second part or the second group, which is the educators. Okay, the educators always referring to the teachers, okay, their principals, the headmaster, and also the, maybe we can call it as the academician or the lecturer. Okay, so and the third one, okay, the students. Okay, the student is actually our customer. Okay, our customer. Okay, and then okay, the government we can reflect as the party that always suggests the policy. And then when it's come to the educators and the student, okay, the parties that will implement, okay, will implement the policy here. So I think it is just a short briefing, okay, about these three main components here. Okay. Okay, so as an introduction, okay, I think, and we need to know that, okay, we need to know that so many changes have been happen nowadays, okay, due to the world globalization. Okay, the globalization can be happen either in the economic sector, either in the industrial sector, in the agricultural sector, and of course, okay, it can be happen in health sector and also the education sector. So basically, okay, based on this session, okay, I will give more focus in terms of the education sector. Okay, and please remember, okay, that the globalization not only give effect to the Malaysian context, but it's happened worldwide here. Okay, we can say that globalization is a worldwide situation, or it is a worldwide issue that we need to face nowadays, okay, during the current situation now. Okay, and because of that, okay, because of the globalization that happened in education system, okay, it lead to the digital transformation process. Okay, so the digital transformation process, beside affecting the behavior, beside affecting the processes, and beside affecting the strategies through the incorporation of digital technologies into everyone's life, okay, it also give a big changes, and also it also give a big effect to the higher education and research. Okay, so we can see, that, okay, globalization happen, and then it's give effect to the digital transformation. And then from the digital transformation, okay, it give effect to the changes in higher education and research landscape. Okay, so basically, okay, all of this situation is, or we can say that, are intercorrelated. Okay, for example, okay, when there is a changes in the globalization, okay, consequently, it will give the changes in the digital transformation, and also consequently it will give effect and changes to the education and research landscape here. Okay, and then that's the first thing first. Okay, why digital transformation happen in education sector? First thing first, because of the globalization. Okay, and then we go to the next one. Okay, the next one, I think it is a very famous, okay, famous situation that's, I think all of us have faced with this experience, right? Which is COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so due to the COVID-19 pandemic, okay, that has also accelerated the transformation process toward digital education, resulting which institution being forced to adopt remote and hybrid teaching and learning models. So we can see that, okay, when COVID-19 happened, okay, suddenly happened, and without any preparation, we don't have any preparation. Okay, we don't have any preparation to face with the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so because of that, okay, it give effect to the education system directly and emergencyly. So it is actually give us a task to force and try to adopt and adapt, okay, the situation, that we try to come up with the remote and hybrid teaching and learning model during that time. Okay, even though at the first stage of COVID-19 phase, okay, we are not allowed to go anywhere. We are not allowed to have our physical teaching and learning, and also we are not allowed to have our physical school activity or education activity. But okay, our government, okay, try to adopt and adapt with the situation, okay, by promoting and also by encouraging and also by applying the remote and hybrid teaching and learning, okay, to the student and also to the all educators, just to make sure that even though we have to face with the COVID-19 pandemic, at the same time we also have to cope and to make sure that our education system still in progress. Okay, so that's our student still can have such a fun learning process. Okay, even though they have to have their education session at their home. Okay, so that's the second part. Okay, why digital transformation happen in our education system. Okay, and then the next one, higher education institution responded to the challenges of COVID-19 through an immediate overnight transition and recourse to online teaching and learning being termed emergency remote teaching, or we can say that ERT. Okay, I think and I believe that we still remember, okay, what happened during COVID-19, okay, when our government directly and suddenly, okay, propose and introduce the ERT system, which is emergency remote teaching during that time. Okay, just want to make sure that our education still can fix the problem and also still can be conducted, okay, through the best medium teaching of learning, okay, to deliver the learning material to the student. Okay, either for the primary school student or secondary school student, and also for the higher learning institution student here. Okay, and of course, okay, during that time, okay, the educators, which is the teachers, the principals, and also the headmasters, okay, have to face the obstacle and also have to face so many issues, okay, in terms of to implement the ERT here, okay, emergency remote teaching. Because as I mentioned to you before this, we don't have any preparation, we don't have any plan or any backup plan, okay, to face and also to adapt with the COVID-19 pandemic before this, okay. But it is an initiative, okay, from our government, especially from our Ministry of Education, okay, by propose the emergency remote teaching in our education system here, okay. And then, okay, because of all this issue, okay, because of these two main issue that I already mentioned to you, which is due to the globalization and also due to the COVID-19 pandemic, okay, that give effect to the digital transformation, or that force our education system, okay, to introduce the digital transformation. Okay, so because of this situation, okay, this is the new era or the new landscape of our learning ecosystem in higher education, okay, specifically in higher education system. Okay, so due to the globalization and also due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there are a new landscape that had been introduced, okay, in our education system, especially in higher education, okay, by proposing the new learning ecosystem here. Okay, as you can see here, there are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 new learning ecosystem or 7 new landscape of education system in higher education, which is that I can say that all these method and also all these system that are recently actively used in our teaching and learning method or teaching and learning session here. Okay, first thing first, okay, incorporation of multimedia mobile device, which is we encourage, okay, we here, okay, we here I refer to the educator, okay, to the educator, which is the teacher and also the lecturer. Okay, so basically, okay, how we cope with the new learning how we cope with the new learning ecosystem here, okay, by encourage our student, okay, use all these methods. Okay, first thing first, okay, incorporation of multimedia mobile device, which is we try to encourage our student, okay, to maximizely use their mobile device, okay, to their teaching and learning methods. Okay, for example, I can share with you that what had been applied in Universiti Malaya. Okay, maybe others university also apply the same thing or apply the same method, which is Universiti Malaya has introduced the system that we call it as a spectrum. Okay, spectrum and also Maya system. That from that system, okay, student can access so many things, okay, by using their mobiles to get all the information that they require. Okay, for example, maybe student want to register, okay, want to make registration, okay, want to make the subject registration. So what they can do is only by access the system by using their mobile. Okay, so just fill up all the required information and then submit to the system. So that's the first thing. Okay, we try to maximize the use of mobile device among the student. Okay, and the second one, experiential learning, okay, which is we try to encourage, okay, the student, okay, by proposing the method that learning through experience. Okay, learning through experience, which is we try to encourage our student, okay, not just not just having a lecture indoor, but we try to encourage the student go outside, okay, have some outdoor activity, just want to make sure that they can have the accurate experience through that topic or through that teaching and learning system there. Okay, experiential learning, we call it as learning through experience. Okay, the next one, virtual reality. Okay, virtual reality here, okay, actually referring to the 3D reality learning, which is we try to implement or and also encourage the 3D, okay, 3D learning method, which is we try to expose the student, okay, with the real methods or the real object, okay, about a certain subtopic that related with the teaching and learning material there. Okay, and then the next one, okay, augmented reality, okay, which is the combination between a real world and also the computer generated. Okay, we try to encourage the student, okay, to use and try to combine, okay, the method of real world and also at the same time the computer generated, okay, in preparing or in solving their activity, their learning activity, okay, during the lecture or during the class activity there. Okay, and then mixed reality, blend of physical and also the digital world. Okay, it's quite similar with the augmented reality, but for the mixed reality, it's more give focus about the physical and also the digital world here. Okay, and the next one, AI. Okay, I think it is very famous nowadays, okay, which is I can say that one of the method that had been implemented, also had been applied by the student, and also the educator also had been applied the AI system, okay, in preparing our lecture material and also for the student in preparing and completing their assignment. Okay, so what we can say here, okay, when we talk about AI generally referring to the computer system, okay, computer system that do the work. So okay, even though there are some argument and also there are some negative assumption about the AI, but I think basically AI have some positive effect, and also at the same time AI also have some of the negative effect. So I think AI is actually, the application of AI actually depends on the individual, okay, how the individual put the integrity first, okay, put the integrity first, okay, in applying or in implementing the AI system here. Okay, and the last one, the Internet of Things, okay, which is actually physical device that collect and share the data, okay, all the component that related with the internet, that we try to use it, okay, to collect the data and also to share the data here. Okay, so all these method, okay, are actually the new learning ecosystem or the new learning ecosystem landscape and method that have been applied and also implement in the higher education. Okay, so and then, okay, how actually we can measure Okay, how actually we can measure the successfulness, okay, the successfulness of digital transformation. Okay, so you need to know that it is considered essential to develop the digital competence of higher education student for better understanding, interpretation, and knowledge of the online digital learning environment, and to be successful in digital learning environment. So when it's come to the how we can measure the successfulness of digital transformation in our education system is by measuring the two main components, which is how we develop the digital competence among our students, and the second one, how the student implement, okay, how the student implement the digital competence successful in the digital learning environment. So that's the two main component how actually we can measure the successfulness of the digital transformation. Can develop and also implement successful in digital learning environment here. Okay, and then digital competence. Okay, there are a lot of component, okay, that can be categorized under digital competence. Okay, first thing first, okay, you need to know that, okay, when we talk about digital competence, okay, the component that always related with digital competence is including how the individual's attitudes, how the individual knowledge, how the individual skills, how the individual abilities, how the individual strategies, and how the individual awareness, okay, toward the digital literacy competence. Okay, so when this one, okay, digital competence, okay, how we can measure the competence, okay, competence always related with the attitude, knowledge, skill, ability, strategies, and awareness here. Okay, so if you plan to develop the digital competence among your student or yourself as the student, okay, want to develop your digital competence, okay, make sure that you give focus toward your attitude. Okay, you give focus to your attitude, knowledge, skill, ability, strategies, and awareness. Okay, about the ICT, about the IST, about the IT, and also all the digital tools that related with the digital literacy here. Okay, so that's how we actually can measure the digital competence, okay, among our student. Okay, not, it is not only focus about their skill, about their ability, and also about their strategy, okay, in implementing and also in applying the digital competence. But you need to know that, okay, we also need to give them about the awareness, okay, about the digital competence and also about the digital transformation awareness, okay, to our student. Okay, when it's come to the awareness, okay, we need to mention to them, okay, about what are the advantages of digital competency, or what are the advantages of digital transformation. And also at the same time, okay, you also need to give awareness to them about what are the negative effect or what are the disadvantages of digital transformation in our education system. So give them awareness, okay, not just focusing about their skill, not just focusing about their knowledge, ability, and strategy, but also focus about the awareness that you need to implement and you need to separate to them about digital transformation. Okay, it is related with the unethical one, it is also related with the integrity one, so awareness here. Okay, And then, so what's other problem actually? Why I want to talk about this topic? Why I want to talk about digital competence among our Malaysian higher learning institutions? So what's other problem? Okay, first thing first. Okay, according to Mustafa. Okay, according to Mustafa. Okay, Mustafa and also the other's friend had conducted a research, okay, during 2022, during 2023, okay, the finding from the research, okay, it is have found that, okay, majority of the Malaysian public university student possess a low level of digital literacy required to be competent in the digital society. Okay, so maybe from our side, okay, we see that, oh, okay, our student have a good skill, okay, have a good skill in terms of digital competence. Okay, but okay, indeed, it is actually our Malaysian public university, okay, specifically in public university, okay, has possessed a low level of digital literacy. So when it's come to the digital literacy, okay, it is not only about the skill and also it is not only about the knowledge, but also about the awareness. So basically from the research, okay, from the research finding, okay, it found that awareness, okay, student awareness about digital literacy is actually at the low level that need further investigation and also that need further implementation, okay, to cope with the issue here. Okay, so that's the first problem. Okay, then the second one, Malaysian public university students are not to be considered digitally competent as they lack skill in digital problem solving and also digital content creation. Okay, so when it's come to the digital competence, okay, our student, okay, again, okay, specifically public university student, okay, they are actually lack of skill in terms of digital problem solving. So when there is a when there is a or when there are a problem, okay, that's related with the digital issue and also the digital matter, okay, our student cannot and unable, okay, unable to fit the problem accurately. Okay, so also when it's come to digital content creation, okay, it's found that our student unable to come out with the good quality of content creation when it's come to the digital component here. Okay, maybe the situation that's okay, the student have the inputs, but in terms of the quality, which is the good quality, maybe it is not so accurate and it is not so good and related with what actually the task have been proposed there. Okay, and then the third one, okay, student in an online digital learning environment remain influenced by unproductive temptation which impacts their academic goals. So the third problem actually related with the unproductive or the harmful activity, okay, when it's come to the digital component here, or we can say that, okay, when it's come to the digital issue or the digital usage, okay, among our student, okay, there is some issue or there is some problem, okay, related with the unproductive temptation or the we can say that the harmful activity. Okay, okay, so the next one, okay, what are the next problem that happen, okay, among our student? Okay, student face difficulty and challenges in developing their skill and habit to adapt to the requirement of digital learning and transformation, especially in the context of searching for information and problem solving in a digital learning environment. So this is a research by Tay during 2022 when this research found that, okay, our students have a problem, okay, in terms of how to make a search, How to make a search by using the digital component. Okay, maybe we can say that maybe our student have issue in terms of how they actually can use the keywords. Okay, keywords to search the information, and also how actually they can come out with the main component or the main point. Okay, when they are looking for the answer, or when they are looking for the output that they can get from the digital device or digital method that have been implemented in the education system here. So that's the next problem. Okay, what happened actually among our student here. Okay. Okay, so basically, okay, what this issue is actually how actually cell leadership can cope with the digital competence among the students. Okay, or we can say that how cell leadership can help, okay, can help student, okay, to cope or to improve their digital competence. So first thing first, I already mentioned to you, okay, what's meant by cell leadership, which is how actually how actually an individual can lead themselves to achieve a certain goal here. Okay, so basically cell leadership is a cell influence process through which people achieve the cell direction and cell motivation necessary to perform by using, okay, these are the three main strategies that always related with the cell leadership. Or we can say that how you actually can lead yourself, okay, by using these three strategy, which is by using behavior focused strategy, by using constructive thought pattern strategy, and the last one by using the natural reward strategy here. Okay, so first thing first, okay, behavior focus strategy. Of course, when it's come to the behavior focus, okay, it is related with all the behavior components, okay, that we try to manage. Okay, we try to manage our behavior, okay, in terms of to make ourselves more disciplined, and also to make ourselves more manageable, okay, to achieve a certain goal. Okay, how actually you can apply, how actually you can implement the behavior focus strategy by using the self observation, by using the self goal setting, by using the self reward, self correcting feedback, or we can say self punishment, and also the last one self cueing. Okay, you can see here, okay, what's meant by self observation, which is we try to monitor our behavior. And then the next one, cell goal setting, which is we try to create our own target. Okay, which target that we want to focus. Okay, and cell reward, which is usage of personal reward to reinforce a specific behavior. And the next one, self-correcting feedback, or we can say as the self-punishment, which is introspective examination of failure and undesirable behavior. Okay, we try to correct the undesirable behavior in terms of to have the desirable behavior. And the last one, self-cueing, okay, action that help to make sure all the attention stay focused here. Okay, so all of these strategies that we can use, okay, to manage and to make our discipline here. Okay, and the next one, which is natural reward strategy. Okay, when it's come to the natural reward strategy, it is actually how, basically how from that task, or how actually from that component itself can make we feel happy to do it. Okay, or we can say that individuals seek enjoyment in some tasks, and it's provide them feeling of competence, self-control, and a sense of purpose. Okay, so basically we can say that natural reward strategy is something that we gain or we get. Okay, we get the enjoyment, and also we get the fun itself from that job. Okay, from that job or from that activity itself here. Okay, so individual can incorporate natural reward by building more pleasant and enjoyable feel into a task or activity, so that the task itself become more rewarding, or they shift their connective focus to an intrinsic motivational aspect of the so we try to seek the fun, and also we try to seek the enjoyment from the task itself. Okay, so the next one, constructive thought constructive thought strategy. Okay, when it's come to the constructive is actually referring to the cognitive. Okay, which is how actually we use our cognitive management. Okay, to make sure that we have a good feeling. Okay, we have a good and also we have a positive feeling toward a certain things. Okay, and also we can say that okay how we use the cognitive component okay in terms of to manage and also to organize our belief and assumption okay to make sure that we like or we have assignment to a certain component in that. So how you actually can develop your cognitive or constructive okay by elimination of dysfunctional belief and assumption, and then you keep self-talk to yourself. Okay, always self-talk to yourself. Okay, I can do it, I am beautiful, I am good. So always self-talk to yourself. And the last one, constructive mental imagery, which is always imagining about the successfulness. Okay, always imagining about the good thing. Okay, always imagining about the positive thing. So all these thing or all these components actually can develop your brain and also can develop your cognitive into the more positive way okay to a certain activity or to a certain component that you want to achieve. Okay, so how actually we can relate cell leadership and digital competence. Okay, you can see that okay students during their learning process can benefit from their cell leadership strategy through better analysis of their strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, resource of motivation and challenges. Okay, and also if the student apply the cell leadership okay it is actually help themselves okay to have skill of management and control within the learning process here. So if you ask me how actually cell leadership can intercorrelated or can have relationship with the digital competence. Okay, first thing first, okay, if the student apply the cell leadership, it is actually help them to know better about themselves. Okay, which is to know better about what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, what are their opportunity, and also what are the resources that actually can motivate themselves to use the digital one. Okay, and then the second component, okay, or the second approaches how actually cell leadership can related with the digital component, which is okay, as you can see here, okay, cell leadership actually help us to have more good, okay, in terms of management and also control ourselves towards the learning process here. Okay, so to be a leader of their learning process and develop of knowledge and enhancing digital competence. So in the last word I can say that okay if you know okay imagine you are the student and then you want to and then you try to implement the digital competence. Okay, you can use your behavior focus, you can use your constructive thought pattern, and also you can use your natural reward to encourage your excitement or to encourage your motivation to use in the digital and try to cope with the digital transformation here. Okay, so I think last but not least, okay, I can conclude here that okay, there are so many components actually can give effect to digital competence, or there are so many others component or factor actually can help to improve the digital competence and also to improve the digital transformation. But the main thing first, okay, you need to focus about yourself first, which is you need to know how to lead yourself first before you can lead others. So I'm trying to propose here, which is I'm trying to propose self leadership in terms of how you can improve your digital competence and also how you can improve the digital transformation within this current situation here. Okay, so I think that's all from my side. If you have any question, please feel free to ask any question here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Intan, for that very interesting discourse, I would say, on self-leadership and digital competency, especially among students in Malaysia. A couple of things that you raised, I would say, quite concerning, especially in terms of the research that shows low level of digital literacy among Malaysian students. But again, having said that, I think moving forward, there's a lot of elements that have been planned for Malaysian students, especially in a lot of higher learning institutions, because the fact that we need to accept and embrace digital transformation, the key element is also to be competent digitally, I believe. You mentioned competency, dealing with ability to do something successfully as well as efficiently. All right, let me just pick out a couple of questions that we have here for you, Dr. Intan. The first one would be, do you believe our current curriculum nurturing self-leadership skills among students?
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Okay, I think it is a good question. Okay, so what happened now is actually, okay, there are some or certain, okay, so certain component in our pedagogic and also curriculum that are starting, okay, to implement or also to introduce the component of self leadership among students. Okay, so nowadays, as we can see that, okay, we are not focusing about the indoor, okay, the indoor lecture material or the indoor activity among our student. But as you can see here, okay, nowadays the government and also the education system nowadays, okay, starting try to improve and also try to expose the student with the component of leadership. Okay, how actually they can build up their self leadership, and also how actually they can build up their leadership style, okay, through the pedagogy and also through the curriculum that provided in our teaching and learning system nowadays, Doctor. So if we back to the question, okay, yes, I can say that yes, our education system now, okay, already have the component that encourage and also start to build up, okay, the component of self leadership and also leadership among our student now this year.
Thank you very much for the response, Doctor. And then I think we have room for one more question. How do you perceive digital competencies can accommodate the demand of the job market?
Again, Doctor, I think it is a good question. Okay, as we know, and I already mentioned to you that nowadays we need to face with the globalization issue. That's when it's come to the globalization, it will keep changing and it will keep developing. Okay, years by years. So when it's come to digital competency, I think in the future, or we can say nowadays, it also have been one of the main component as one of the measurement, okay, to identify the capability and also to identify the ability and also to identify the competency, okay, among our student, okay, in the real job here. So because it is the requirement, okay, even though, okay, you have some obstacle, okay, to implement and also to apply, okay, the digital competency. But if you want to be accepted in the current situation or in the current demand from the industrial, so you need to have a little bit and also try to keep improving your digital competencies so that you have extra merit. Okay, I'm using the words of extra merit here. Okay, extra merits compared to the other candidate here. Okay, so as we know, okay, there are a lot of intelligent student, clever student, a good student. So how can make you different from the other student is by having extra merit here, which is if you have the ability and you have a good skill, okay, in the digital competence. So I think it is very very beneficial and it is very good for you to be accepted in the demand of industry here, Doctor. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Intan. I also concur. I think you mentioned one of the keywords there, requirement. I think it's no
Yeah,
longer
requirement.
I think it's no longer an option for people to disregard. I think the advancement in technology, especially to be digitally competent, at least a requirement to certain extent, I believe. So, all right, that basically conclude Dr. Intan's Marfarina session for today. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Intan, for spending your time with us today, giving your talk and give us a lot of wonderful insights on especially self-leadership and digital competence. Again, with previous speaker, now is the time for a photo session. I would like to kindly request the participant as well as Dr. Intan, can you turn on your camera for us to take a photo session with the participants? Okay, as usual, I will give about 10 to 20 seconds. Dr. Intan, can you please stop sharing? Are you sharing your screen? Can you please stop sharing so that we can...
I'm ready.
You already stopped sharing, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now it's okay. Now it's okay. Because just now, okay. All right. Okay. Let me just check again. I hope everyone is ready. Okay. One, two, wait. Three. First page. Second page. Keep on smiling. One, two, three. Let me just check if there's any other page. No, I think that's all. That's all, I think. Right. Thank you very much for again joining us today, Dr. Intan. I
Okay,
believe
thank you so
a lot of
much.
us have benefited from what you have shared today, especially on the self-leadership element. Yeah. Okay. I believe Dr. Muhammad Sharil is already here. I think I can see him. I think I can see him. Okay. All right. So, Dr. Sharil, do we want to proceed straight away? Can we proceed straight away?
Actually, it's up to you. It's up to the organizer.
I think should be okay because I'm going to introduce yourself a bit. That will take a couple of minutes, and then by the time I hand over the platform to you, I think we should be on time. Okay, I think we just straight away continue so that we not waste any of precious time, especially for the other participants as well. Okay, straight away moving on to the next talk, our fourth session for today, and we have our fourth speaker. Dr. Muhammad Sharil Nizam, again, a speaker that comes from the same faculty, Faculty of Education, but he is from the Department of Curriculum and Instructional Technology, University Malaya. And Dr. Muhammad Sharil completed his PhD in Teaching Technology from University Malaya as well. So he's an alumni as well as now he's serving the university. And Dr. Muhammad Sharil area of interest include educational technology and media, which include vertical and hybrid education, as well as multimedia. And the title for Dr. Shahril's talk today will be on connecting the fundamental of digital skills elements to build a stronger foundation for the future generation. Just a reminder for you, Dr. Shahril, you have about 40 minutes to present your talk. If you can go to 40 minutes, if it's less than that, it's fine, no problem. There's no expectation to meet the 40 or 45 minutes. So it's up to the speaker. It can be less, but if more, I will allow perhaps 2 or 3 minutes more than that. So I think hopefully that should be okay with you, Dr. Sharil. Now I will hand over the platform to you.
Yeah, I try my best because I already prepared 86 slides.
Okay, I
I try
think
my
we
best. Okay.
should be able to cover, inshallah.
Okay. Okay. So can I share my slide?
Yes, please, Doctor.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay. Wait. Can you see my slide?
It's coming up. Yes, can see.
Yeah. Okay. So wait for a while. Okay. Wait. I share again. Backs. Hello?
Dr. Syarif, is everything okay in your end?
Yeah. Actually, I just uh, I don't know why. Well, okay, never mind. Can you can you see my slide?
Yes, I'm looking at it now.
Okay. How about my audio?
Audio is clear.
Okay. So I continue.
Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good. Maybe still morning. And before I start, actually, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me and my colleague to this session. And I think, actually, I just want to share based on my experience and what drove me to this point. Okay, so my my understanding in what we call about digital skills are not came from my directly from my study. Actually, I involved in this area since my bachelor degree, when I formed with my friend a company, because I'm not originally from education. I involved with a lot of businesses and projects before I joined education. So a little bit maybe my insight about digital or technology a little bit different, but I hope you guys can take this as one of uh, yeah, input from somebody lah about this experience. Okay, so I would like to start with all this agenda, the introduction, and I would like to share about the digital skills, uh what are the list of the digital skills that we need to highlight and focus. And then at the same time, I will share my views, or maybe several research lah. Okay, and then this is my what we call it. I hope if whatever I share in this session, but I try my best to share about the knowledge about the digital skills, what I involved previously. But hopefully, if maybe the views or the understanding is slightly different with what you gone through, hopefully we just take it as one of the new knowledge lah. Okay, so hopefully we understand, as a human, we can think a lot of things, we can explore a lot of whatever we want based on what we plan, or what is our dream all about. That's why in this session, maybe I will share that part of area lah. Okay, so this is, I start with this. Okay, if in this session there are student, or maybe the participant, I would like you guys to understand. For me, if you ask me, I will put like this. For me, knowledge is not everything. It's a good thing, but it's not everything, because we still need to explore. We need to have our experience. With knowledge and experience, and also for me, it's not enough, because we still need to have skills. These three things, at least, it can help us in shaping our attitude. Okay. But to complete this ecosystem, we need to have networking. We are here because our previous kesan. To move forward, we need to improve our new knowledge, our new experience, skills, and attitude, and also networking. So all of this, actually, I've been using this since my bachelor degree. That's why when during my bachelor degree, I already formed my own company, and then I explore a lot of things using that particular project, whatever lah. So that's why when we talk about when we talk about kesan, actually when if we look it into a deeper perspective, it will help us in improving our lifelong learning and definitely the transparent education side. It means because at that time, if you ask me, I always think when I study in university, I don't want to become like a previous before we went to university, we went to school, so I don't want to treat university like a school. So that's why for me, university is a transition to shape to fulfill my dream lah, my personal dreams. That's why right now, if you ask me, I still focusing more on that, but at the same time, we try to encourage this new generation to understand about life and also how to use this whatever digital things lah. Okay, so my round one, actually, I would like to share all this. This is just a simple explanation about what we'll go through about this technology. There's a lot of elements in nowadays technologies, but we need to understand, we need to learn it, we need to experience it, skills it step by step. Because if we make it in a hurry, what the effect when somebody use technology before understand the fundamental things, it will jeopardize a lot of things. And they will use the technology in a maybe not a good way, and then sometimes they use technology to do a bad thing. So that's thing we need to understand. Okay, so we try to focus more on the what I call it as a step by step, and I think we are moving to that level lah. Okay, so okay, so and again, where in this session, I just share a small part about what I I I what I been using along this journey, because when I talk about Slick framework, actually this is only my personal framework. So normally it involve with the IQ and EQ and LQ, and then for this commercial portion, actually I changed several times because it relate with the situation and the current situation, and then the kinesthetic intelligence and the social intelligence. So in this session, I only want to focus on the digital intelligence. What I mean, we have a lot of elements we can explore more to highlight, to maybe to help this generation, or to help us building this nation properly lah. Okay, so this is the things that I want to share. I will start with maybe generation gap and digital skills, and what I want to present. I'll try to focus more on this ABC step-by-step things. Okay, so when we talk about ABC, definitely we understand. I focus more on the audience first, and their behavior. So these two elements actually sometimes we can control it, but most of the time we need to explore and learn more about human. Like what I said earlier, human is a unique human being, unique. I think I love to explore about human, because we can do a lot of things. We can think beyond of whatever previous generation think. So that is a good thing. But we need to please bear in mind, uh, when it involve with technology, we need to do it properly. Okay. So the two next element, the condition and the degree, actually we can set it what we want. Okay, normally we can control it most of the time lah. But when it involve with environment, sometimes it change a lot of things. I give you example. Last time when we use what okay, television. Okay, I think the previous television need us to, when we want to change channel, we need to go to that television and then change it, and then we need to change this to the certain channel. But with nowadays, I think smart TV, we can change that channel based on maybe instruction by using our voice. So it changed the environment, change our habit and behavior. We need to aware about that. I'm not saying that nowadays technology is not good. It's still okay, but we need to we need to be careful lah, because if we just only sit down and then there's no movement with our body, later it will jeopardize our health lah. So we need to understand that kind of situation. Okay, so I will jump to digital skills part. So before I start, I would like to share about analogy about technology. When we talk about technology, actually my analogy is quite simple. I will say that technology is like a knife. Okay, technology is a knife. It can, we can use it. It can benefit us, and definitely it can harm us. But actually, it depends on the person that using that knife. So if the person use that knife with a knowledge, with maybe experience and special skills, then this person can use this knife properly lah. Okay. But if the person maybe want to do bad things to others, definitely it will hurt others lah. So technology is just like a knife. Technology is just, yeah, it is a tool, but right now it depends on the human that will use the technology. So this is my first analogy, and this is another analogy about home, and I relate with the knife. You just imagine we have several parts in our home: kitchen, bedroom, and then we have a toilet, we have a living room, kitchen. Okay, so most of the time, this knife, we place it in, this is a normal home, in kitchen. So if you want to get our knife, look our knife, we go to the kitchen. So normally, for those who understand where to look for this knife, we will go to the kitchen. Okay, but nowadays, okay, nowadays those who didn't understand about knife talk about knife. It's very dangerous because sometimes they didn't even have real knowledge and experience. That's why when we talk about AI nowadays, when we talk about AI, we need to understand that's the another level when we about lifestyle. Okay, it enhance how to use technology in our life. So what I want to share about this awareness, sometimes we heard about somebody talk about technology, but when we look into whatever they highlight, sometimes it looks logic, but I'm afraid sometimes they didn't understand the context about how to use technology. Okay, why I'm saying that? Okay, I've been using all these AI things since I think 1999. Okay, during that time, I think I involved with we name it as agent. Okay, agent is like a smart tools, and I don't know lah. Sometimes they mention this is a virus, but for me, it's a good thing. So I learn and I explore a lot of things about AI since that time, and I understand I cannot depend with what environment. Okay, so I design my own family curriculum. That means when I at that time lah, uh, when I have when I have children, I will make sure they will use this technology properly, and definitely for me lah, if you ask me, I want to make sure they explore this technology to the next level. What I mean, just imagine my 14 years old daughter already bought her own iPhone using her own money. And most of the time, my daughter will pay her own, I don't know, tuition fee every month by her own money. But we control that activities lah. So you just imagine if we design this digital things, technology things properly, the ecosystem is there and it will help us seriously. But if we think negatively at the beginning, definitely we cannot get to that level lah. So that's why if you ask me, please, we need to be positive in whatever technology came into our life. That's why we need to understand. But in this session, I just want to highlight how to maybe where to start and what we can do lah with all this technology. Okay, so like I said, I want to focus more on I will start with this generation gap, and then why I love to explore this because for me, human is really interesting topic actually. If we explore more, we can understand a lot of things, and sometimes we can predict future. Okay, so this is just one photo shows that yeah, two different generation with a two different fashion. From this photo already show that with a different generation, sometimes we will have a different mindset or different perspective, and that's why uh, for me it's okay because our previous generation we need to say yeah, thanks for the previous generation because they already set the fundamental in our life, especially in Malaysia. So this new generation, we need to continue and explore more. So, but at this particular photo, we need to understand that respect is the most important element. We try to not to hurt anybody. Sometimes we talk too too harsh, or we assume what we mention is a, a good things, but sometimes it will shows another things lah. So what I want to highlight, respect whatever human you face in your life, just try to respect and if you want to help them, we try to help at the point that they can improve more than us. That's what I hold on lah. Okay, so who is the Gen Z? As we know, Gen Z is the generation that born, they're born in this world. The technology is there, already there. Okay, and the digital already in their life. So why I okay, why I'm saying this? During my bachelor degree, one of the lecturer I remember, he told me that for me, this professor is a thinker, and he can predict future properly. So from that vision, I plan what I want in my life, especially my family lah. So that's why I design my own curriculum in my family lah. So when we talk about generation gap, before we touch about Gen Z, we need to understand the previous generation. So this is the several previous generation. I think most of us already aware about that. And then why I'm highlighting Gen Z, because right now the oldest Gen Z maybe already 29 years old, and most of them still in university. That's why we try to narrow down the gaps, how they think and their habits. So I already list, actually we have a several version about this generation gap, but I use this particular details to categorize the generation in my project lah. So when we talk about great generation, the most popular historic event, because they influence with that event, and then it shape how they react, their behavior. And same goes with when we talk about Generation X, most of our bosses, our leaders, maybe around baby boomers or Gen X. So they have their own experience in their life about particular important events. That's why several years back when we face these COVID things, it's a big things in our life. It's not about the COVID things. It will shape how this generation thinks. So it will influence them, how they think, how they react. So maybe lah, after this Gen Z, the next generation, we will list the new historic event. So the details, I think later I will share this slide to the organizer. Maybe you can take a look all the details. This is the traditionalists, and then the baby boomers, and the good things about this, if you understand how this generation habit or the characteristic, it helped us a lot, because most of the time we have a lot of misunderstanding or miscommunication between maybe two generation in maybe in our team or in our maybe our class also, because this is where sometimes we try to take down our ego a little bit lah, because sometimes we think you need to follow us, but at the end we need to understand what are their needs when they come to study in university. So I only can give the details. This is not from me. The details actually I took from one of the research. I can't remember the details, but this is where the it suit with our project lah. The behavior this generation react it same with the particular generation. Okay, so when we talk about Gen Z, definitely we can see how what are the characteristic why they when we talk about this Gen Z, why they react like nowadays lah kan, and then how aggressive they are. Maybe in front of us they just look like same teenagers, but actually they can do a lot of things. Okay, just last week I taught my daughters how to gain money by sharing your photo, sharing whatever she take photo, and that photo can generate income. So I taught her how to do it, and I think last Sunday, Sunday, the photo already approved, and I think after 6 months, I will take a look the effect lah, how many she can gain with that particular activity. So that's where, as a parent, we need to understand how to manage lah these technology things. Okay, so I think this is just to share with you guys how to engage this Gen Z in their learning. So I think most of the time, most of us as educator, we already done this, and then I think in university or in schools, I think they some we call it improvement in how we manage our generation. But if you ask me, we need to do more. We need to understand them more seriously, because the gap between Gen Y and Gen Z seriously huge. The gap is not same with the previous generation. Okay, so this is where we can engage Gen Z in learning, and definitely we need to take all this information into our consideration when it involve with this Gen Z. So this is just 4 unique unique learning habit. This Gen Z, definitely this I try to summarize lah. They don't memorize, definitely, and then they multitask. They do multitasking activity a lot, and then they learn visually. That's why when we give instruction verbally, sometimes they think differently. We cannot scold them about that, because they knew a lot of things, and they think differently. And that's why if we want to give some instruction, show some visual lah, what to do. It's not a spoon feed, because we want to make sure they've maybe follow what we target lah, we focus in particular activity. Okay, and definitely most of the time, I'm not saying that all of them, they don't verify information, because when they trust somebody, They just share what they think logically, because because they have a lot of information. They think that is true. That's why as adults we need to tap into these things. That's why we need to help them, encourage them how to do it in a proper way. Okay, so this is a list of how we can engage this Gen Z, and actually this is just my introduction for this session. So this is where we need to understand our audience first and their behavior. Previously I show you the ABCDE things. So the A and B, the audience and the behavior, we need to understand it properly. So I think why I'm focusing more on Gen Z, because if we want to understand the next generation, okay, the next generation, we need to understand the previous generation, how they react. From there we can list all the details lah. And then like what I said earlier, my concern is not Gen Z. Yeah, Gen Z, most of the time we have a lot of data about Gen Z, but my concern nowadays is all about the alpha generation. When we talk alpha generation, you just imagine last week we went to I want to buy some one bed for my daughters, and my 7 years old daughters asked me why we need to go here at the shop lah. And then she mentioned we can just buy this thing online. Why we need to lah take some time and then be there. That's why we need to sometimes we need to explain them, justify them why we need to do it. We still can buy all those things online, but why we need to do that? Because previous generation, when we want to buy something, we will go to the we go to the shop. Yeah. Okay. So this is another things when we talk about data. The data is, I think, the knowledge data is everywhere, but how to choose the I think the important one that can be useful is the most important things lah. Okay, so now I like to share when we talk about digital skills. This is some of the details when we ask, what do you understand? What are the categories of digital skills for the next generation? Something like that lah. We ask them, what do you understand about that? And then I think most of the time, I think sometimes they mention about brand, Microsoft or Google. Sometime maybe they mention about what most of the time they will highlight brand lah. And that's the thing when we talk about brand. Before brands came in, the knowledge behind that brand is important. That's why when we talk about digital skills in this session, I will share these 8 subdomain. First, digital identity, digital use, digital safety, digital security, digital emotional intelligence, digital communication, digital literacy, and digital rights. This is came from DQ Institute. You can search DQ Institute. I think they've done a they've done a good things. And what I mentioned about terrible things, sometimes we don't want to we don't want to acknowledge this kind of knowledge, because yeah, there's a lot of things but for me they've done a terrific job about listing all these things so that when we talk about digital skills, we can ask in detail which part you want to explore. Sometimes our student ask us, oh, I want to explore about digital skills. Then we need to ask them another question, which part you want to explore. So when we talk about first, we touch about digital identity. This is, if you ask me, this is the most important part. Why? Because nowadays when you use internet, definitely you will use one account, and that will be your identity, digital identity, because they will track your behavior, your habits, so that like nowadays AI will help you to enhance your your experience in using the technology. So if you are not using a proper identity, maybe you use a lot of emails, then your digital identity is not that strong lah. So that's why digital identity is very important, because in our life as a human, most of us, we have our own identity. That is our identity. We have our own style. That is our identity. So when we talk about digital identity, I think similar things related lah about that. That's why when we use one digital identity, we do it properly, use it properly. Okay, so this is another subdomain in digital identity. We have digital citizen identity, digital co-creator identity, and digital change maker identity. So this, but the important element, we need to understand what is digital identity is all about. If you ask me about education part, that's where we highlight about these three elements, because in DQ Institute already declare this details thing when I map, or when I compare to my previous study. So I think it's a good thing. So you just imagine, with only one subdomain, digital citizen identity, they can detail up, focusing more on the knowledge, the skills, and the attitude. So if we familiarize with this term, and sometimes we can relate with Bloom's taxonomy: cognitive, psychomotor, and affective. So all these three important elements in important, we understand this and understand how to use it in our learning session, a teaching session. Okay, so this is the other subdomain, and the level of competitiveness, digital change maker identity, when we can contribute a lot of things. And that's why nowadays generation love to share. So that is their culture. That's why we need to yeah, maybe we need to explore in that. At the same time, try to help them what to share, and share the proper things lah that can benefit others. Okay, so that is digital identity. Then we move to the next, digital skills, about digital use. So I love about digital use because it involved with healthy use of technology. In this subdomain, I think we have a lot of concern about our health, our, maybe, yeah, most of the time our health, and how to balance in using technology. And yeah, we need to have some civic awareness lah, how to use it properly. That's why when somebody asks me about how I manage all these things in my family curriculum, like what I said earlier, yeah, it involves a lot of things about how to use the technology and how to manage our daily life lah. Okay, so the details about the subdomain in digital use, you can see lah in details. Okay, so maybe I run through about this later. You can get this slide later. So next, digital safety. When we talk about digital safety, is one part. Digital security is another part. That's why try to declare it properly lah. What you are saying about digital safety. No, most of the time it relate with how we manage risk in online lah. Maybe involved with some harsh words. Okay, cyberbullying, okay, grooming. So all of those be categorized under digital safety. So in digital safety, we can focus more on these three particular subdomain, and most of the time we will highlight about risk lah, about risk. Whatever we click online, it will record as one of our activity, and it will place in our digital identity lah. That's why sometimes okay, I think most of the time lah, I will ask my student to print screen in their I ask them to open their YouTube and then print screen. So from there we can understand their you start understand lah what their behavior in using YouTube. So if like myself, when I open my YouTube, definitely they will have several videos about audiobook, football, politics, some drama, something like that. So you can see that's my behavior in using that YouTube. That's why YouTube will give another suggestion relate to what relate to my interest lah. Okay, so this is three things we can see, and we can explore later in our institution lah. Okay, next one is digital security. Just now I mentioned we need to separate these two things. What is digital safety and what is digital security? Because when we talk about digital security, it relate with all these whatever technical things, hacking. We need to understand the whatever security things. But most of the time, it relate with the technical things. Okay, so in this digital security, we need to understand more about how we can understand how we can protect our data. Nowadays, we put all our data in cloud. We need to choose the proper cloud system. That's why it's good thing if our government nowadays they have their own suggestion lah, how they can protect whatever data. So we can use that. Okay, so this is the subdomain. Okay, I continue next one. Digital emotional intelligence. When somebody mentioned, oh, if this generation use digital activity a lot, they don't have any some so-called like empathic behavior. So if you ask me, during these days, we can get a lot of positive quotes, a lot of maybe positive advice, tips. So I think a lot of those things are around, but sometimes it didn't reach us because our behavior didn't maybe didn't involve all those things. That's why if you maybe read one quote later in your social media, they will appear another one. They will appear another one because, like what I said, that is your digital identity. If your digital identity is good, identity, good things, the AI will give you, feed you more about that. But if you are not that 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 level, that yeah, you love use technology in a negative way, use the technology uh, in a such of not a proper activity. So the AI will feed you that part, and that's why we need to understand the fundamental in nowadays. We need to make sure our identity is a good identity as like a human lah, a proper human lah, positive human being. Okay, so digital identity, sorry, digital emotional intelligence. We still touch about digital empathy. We still uh, make sure we have a good relationship between us. The networking is there, and what we can contribute more. So from there, it can help in the future lah. Okay, so this is three things, and then the next one, digital communication. I think the digital communication, like what we use right now, we use certain tools to communicate, and then from this tool we can have a lot of potential. But what we need to understand, whatever technology we use, they will record, they will have their own digital footprint. When we talk about digital footprint management, so-called like sometimes the technical in maybe in our e-learning, we have a log details. So there is details. We can see whatever we do in that e-learning, we will record all the activities. So the digital footprint will contribute and help us in improving our digital identity. So from there, that's why we need to be careful when we use all this technology. We need to think properly. We need to understand the risk when we push any button or click any links. So from there, that's why we need to understand a lot of things lah. That's why we need to go to proper classes, because last time when I asked the audience, because we don't have any we don't have time, because I love to ask the audience about WhatsApp. You just imagine about WhatsApp. I ask them, how many of us learn how to use WhatsApp? Learn means we go to certain class and then learn. And then in that particular event, uh, I'm the one who only raise my hand because I go to class and learn how to use WhatsApp properly. And that's why if we didn't understand this situation, that's why we have a lot of version how to communicate properly using WhatsApp. Because one person will mention, oh, I'm not. When they type something, sometimes we have some miscommunication. Why? Because we need to understand text cannot share directly emotion. So we need to understand that. Okay, so this is the details, and then the next one is the digital literacy. So when we talk about digital literacy, the subdomain more focusing more on the literacy, and this where in this subdomain, in this domain actually they highlight about how we use data and AI literacy. It's a important thing. We need to understand how AI can help us, because AI is like if you ask me, like a bless for us in our life. Because if we can use that prompt properly, it can help us a lot. But at the moment when we talk about prompt, that's why we need to explore in details, or maybe we need to come up with one prompt database. That's why later we can use it. properly lah. But right now it depend on the user who can use that prompt lah. So this is the details how we can manage all this subdomain. And the last one is digital rights. When we talk about digital rights, that's why we have privacy, the copyright things in this subdomain, in this domain. Actually, I will highlight about copyright things, copyleft, and Creative Commons things, and then how we will highlight about freedom of speech. What do we understand about that part? We can do a lot of things, but sometimes we need to bear in mind because what we share sometimes we can hurt somebody. That's why we try our best to make sure whatever came out from our mouth is a good things lah. Okay, so this is I think the last part. And then this is all the details about the digital skills and the domain and the subdomain. And this is where we can use it because right now in university we have our course outline, and course outline sometimes it relate with cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. That's why I always encourage if we really want to highlight about digital things, it's about time to put this part of these digital things in our lesson plan so that we can declare in details. In that particular lesson plan, we want to focus on what? DQ11 maybe. DQ11 is content cyber risk management. So in that session, we still focusing more on our field, but relate with content cyber risk management. So this is where I think it's a good thing if we can start and we can explore. And at the same time, that's why I mentioned this is just like a fundamental, so that with this fundamental, it will help a lot our process lah in teaching this generation properly. So this is just my last part. When we talk about zone in our life, just I want to conclude about whatever I share just now. When we talk about digital things, yes, it's a lot of, I think, a lot of things, but we need to ask ourselves as adults, the most contribution in our life to help this generation properly. Yes, as an academician, we already publish a lot of articles. We already involved with a lot of projects, but we need to understand sometimes when it comes to generation, we want this generation sustain whatever we've got in this nation, and at the same time they will help to improve more. So when we talk about we need to ask ourselves which zone right now we are facing or we want to involve in the future. But if you ask me, sometimes when we talk about nowadays we talk about AI, I think a lot of my friends have this concern about how this AI will react. That's why I respond to them. As a human, we are better than them. That's why we need to improve our kesan. That's why I mentioned about kesan at the beginning. We need to improve every day our knowledge, our new knowledge, so that we can understand. As a human, we still need to make a decision. Same goes with us. Most of us use Waze. Waze will help us in directing our wherever the location we want to go. But at the end, as a human, we are the person will decide whether we want to follow or not. Because we have our own judgment. Okay, we need to have that courage lah. So that's why we need to understand. When we respect others, others will respect us, and at the same time, others will help us directly. Okay, so this is maybe my closing session about the best way to predict future, to create it. This is from Abraham Lincoln, and we just just give us two options lah, whether we want to make progress or we want to make acquisitions. Yeah, it's sometimes it's hard things to do new things, new knowledge, but it's a good thing. Okay, so that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharil. Wow, quite a very interesting view and outlook on education and skills in general. Specifically on the digital aspect, I believe you elaborated quite comprehensive on the digital skills element. I believe currently with the advancement and abundance of technology nowadays, we expect the current and future generation able to at least navigate themselves through all the current and future challenges with regards to digital skills, digital learning, and digital competency as well. Sorry. So there's one question here, Dr. Sharil. I will read out for you. Okay, the question is, what are the challenges that could limit the exposure of digital skill among future generation? Sorry. What are the challenges that could limit the exposure of digital skills among future generation?
Okay, about what can limit us?
Uh,
Actually, whether we as a human we are brave enough to explore or not. That is a simple. Uh, uh, I'm not saying that simple question, but simple philosophy in our life. If we are brave enough to do anything, then we can achieve a lot of things. It's not relate directly whether we are clever enough or not. Clever is one part, but brave enough to explore the future is the like uh that habit or that particular experience in because sometimes we need to understand when we talk about experience, we experience it ourselves. That's why we can do a lot of things and we can do more because we experience it, because we already face that situation. So that's why we need to understand, we need to be brave in whatever decision we make. That is the fundamental part lah. But how to do it, that's why, because we are not alone, we need to sit with the maybe expert. We need to sit with whoever already experienced a lot in this journey and how they do it. And it shocked me lah when I share my what I mentioned about family curriculum. I mentioned to my friends, actually I don't want to use my money a lot for my daughter's development, because for me, I designed that ecosystem properly. So it helps me. And then after 10 years, it helps us in this family a lot. I'm not saying that I'm rich, no, but I take that opportunity because we have maybe some knowledge, some experience, and some skill. And I think the to complete this thing, because I have a lot of friends who can help me. They have their own expertise, so we as we want to learn more from them. That's why we be make sure lah humble to highlight that we want to learn more from them, so we can get a lot of things from that situation. That's why when we talk about limit, actually it depend on our what we want in our mind. Because sometimes when we talk about digital things, or maybe lah, sometimes when I talk about, oh, my daughter already gained income since 10 years old. So sometimes we cannot brain how to do it, because the technology is there. if you can communicate with others using technology, definitely that's the opportunity. Same goes with the traditional way. If you can communicate with others, you can sell something. You can do a lot of things. So that is just a simple things. We just maybe slightly macam convert to the online thing, but we do it in a proper way with some maybe a little bit algorithm how to do it. And you just imagine we can create our own robot online so that this robot can work for us. So how when it turn, yeah, when we talk about limit, it depend whether we want to do it or not. We want to do it properly or not. That's why we need to have some policy. We need to, maybe the government need to uh, join this journey. That's why I'm glad last Friday when the AI initiative, the AI faculty already launched. I'm glad with all this initiative. So that's what I can share lah. That's my personal perspective, and based on my previous years experience in using all this technology lah.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Dr. Sharil. Meaning just take that leap. Basically, don't hold yourself back. Just try whatever it is technology that is available to you. Because when you mentioned just now, you try to ingrain or instill entrepreneurial activities with your children. I find it quite interesting, especially in terms of the you mentioned just now picture. Was it something to do with NFT elements, Doctor? May I ask?
Yeah, NFT. Actually, we have a lot of things. You can explore more on Shutterstock and Getty's image. I think there is opportunity, especially for those who use iPhone lah, iPhone 15 lah. I'm not iPhone user, but my daughter is an iPhone user, so that's why I want her to understand her potential when she have all these gadget lah.
Yeah. Definitely, yeah. Giving them a platform for them to do something now when they are still young, and then hopefully succeed for the future. I believe we are nearing towards the end of our session, and as usual, for each session, we will have a photo session at the end. And again, I would like to kindly ask all the participants, if possible, to turn on your camera so that we can take a picture with Dr. Sharil and keep it as part of our memory for today. Okay, I'll give about 10 to 20 seconds for everyone to turn on your camera. We have a couple of pages here, so I'm just going to make announcement. So we're going to look at the first page now. Everyone smile. 1, 2, 3. Next page. Maintain your smile, please, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think that's about it. Again, we thank you very much, Dr. Sharil, for your time and for your sharing for today. We would like to extend our highest gratitude again to you and your colleague, I believe Dr. Intan just now, from UM, sharing all those, your research area, your research expertise, particularly on the digital element. I believe hopefully all the participants benefited from your talk. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Sharil, and hope to be able to work with you again soon in the future.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, now I believe we have no time to spare. We just straight away move on to the final speaker for today. All right, so our fifth and final speaker for today is Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Rafiki. He's the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Medan Area, Indonesia. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Rafiki holds a PhD from Islamic Science University Malaysia, also known as USIM, and his research interest is mainly in the area of Islamic management, Islamic marketing, entrepreneurship, and SMEs. Dr. Ahmad Rafiki's topic for today's session, today's final session, will be on the applicability of blockchain technology or smart contract on zakat management in Indonesia. I believe I saw Dr. Ahmad Rafiki here in the participant list. Are you here, Dr. Ahmad Rafiki?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Okay, are you ready for me to hand over the platform to you?
Okay.
Okay, all right. Without further ado, I will hand off the platform to our final speaker for today, Dr. Ahmad Rafiki. The platform is all yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mohaliza Shah.
Yeah, just call me Dr. Mo, saya.
Dr. Mo, okay, it's quite long. Okay, let me share my slide.
Sure.
Can you see Dr. Mo?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wabihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi sahli sadri wa yassir li amri wa hludatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. First of all, thank you very much for the organizer, UiTM, Universiti Teknologi MARA, and also the organizer for this specific conference, and also the speakers. I think we have from UiTM, from Middlesex University, Dubai, and Universiti Malaya. And I also learned many things from the speakers, from Dr. Intan, from Dr. Muhammad Shahril. So now my part, actually this is, I call it as a sharing session on the zakat, and we try to relate to the blockchain technology. And before that, this is also my return to UiTM. I was there in 1999. At that time, still ITM. So in 2000, it is converted to UiTM. So my green metric at the time is still green, and then switched to gold. And the name is, changed to Universiti Teknologi MARA. So I was there in 1999 until 2003. So I did my Bachelor of Business and Management in marketing. So still in Shah Alam. I don't know, today maybe a shift to Puncak Alam, but at the time still in Shah Alam. I think Dr. Mo knows that, our building is, we have our own library at the time. We still combine with law faculty at the time. So that is my memory. And Alhamdulillah, graduated, and then I continue to my master degree, Master of Management in Master Management at University IIUM or UIA. So then after that, continue to my PhD in USIM, University Science Islam Malaysia. So I spent my, my lifetime, 12 years in Malaysia. So Alhamdulillah, if Dr. Mo asked me to speak Malay, I will speak Malay. It's better than English. But since the audience also come from many, many places, many countries, so I will try to deliver in English. And after that, I also have experience in some countries in Middle East. I was there for 4 years in Bahrain. So yeah, I met also many Malaysian there in that country. and also in the neighbor country like Qatar and also Saudi Arabia. So today I will share my views on this applicability of blockchain technology, which is sometime in some countries, for example, like Indonesia and Malaysia, I think we still try to adopt whether it is good or whether it is applicable or it is can be implemented in our country. So that is the question. I also now still in the progress of completing our research with my counterpart from USIM that doing this project, how is the acceptance and the challenge of implementing blockchain technology, especially on smart contract in zakat collection and zakat distribution in our country, Malaysia and Indonesia. And another one is Brunei Darussalam from Universiti Sultan Syarif Ali. So we have still in the progress, we have this project, 3 countries. So we'll see how is the acceptance and the development of this kind of technology if we can implement in zakat management. Okay, for the introduction, I think for the youngsters, for the the young generation, they know they are aware of this kind of term, which is blockchain. It is a digital transaction based on structure where individuals record call blocks that are linked together in a register called a chain. So there are 2 terms combining, so we call it as blockchain. The extent to technology that requires transparency in transaction and offers high security in data storage called a smart contract. So this is we try to implement and adopt to the zakat distribution and collection in our country. So PwC report published in 2020-22 showed that 84% of 600 executives across companies agreed that blockchain technology is more reliable because it offers data security, transparency, and traceability to their business process. So it is the base that we can use, and from this fact, we believe that blockchain can be implemented in zakat institution. Of course, we expecting that we have transparency, traceability, and also data security for the mustahik and also the muzaki, the recipient, and also the zakat payers. So this is for both parties and also for the zakat institution who are the operators of this zakat fund. And then if we talk about Islamic social finance, which is include zakat, there are many instruments in the social finance, Islamic social finance, for example, like sodakoh and also infak and also wakaf. But now we focus on zakat. So there are many opportunities that we can explore. Of course, at the end of the day, that we want to make it more flexible, more collection of zakat fund that then we can distribute more to our people, to the mustahik that will receive the zakat fund. So that is our goal. Then also it is expected more than $3 trillion of business in 2030 will be blockchain technology based business, including also the zakat institution And this is the first system that hopefully the Zakat can adopt this blockchain platform to track the flow of Zakat fund to more transparent. Okay, let see this the data from both countries, Malaysia and Indonesia. So in Indonesia, we have 2023, we collected 33.8 trillion rupiah, Indonesian rupiah. So it is about if we divide by if we convert to US dollar, it is about maybe 10 billion US dollar. So if we can see the data from 2014, so it is increasing. Yeah, we glad to see this kind of data that the collection is increasing. Also, if we see the Malaysia collection of zakat, we can see also increasing in $1 million. There are 4,000, I think 4 billion. Yeah, so it is a 4 billion US dollar that have been collected by zakat institution in Malaysia. So it is also increasing if we compare from 2015. So it is increasing. But for Indonesia case, if we can see that actually it is only 4% of the potential zakat. So we have homework, we have a lot of work to do, how to maximize, how to increase the collection of zakat in the future. Because now it is still, far below the target, the expected data figure that we have to collect from Indonesian people. So from this data, shortly we can say that we need something or some instrument that need to boost or to increase the collection of zakat, especially in Indonesia. Then this is also a sample in Indonesia. We have maybe different kind of structure zakat management in Malaysia and Indonesia. We have different structure. I can say that if Indonesia we have more, we are more centralistic, but in Malaysia it is decentralized. So every state in Malaysia, like Selangor, Perlis, or Perak, every state they have their own authority. But in our country, in Indonesia, it is more centralistic, and the collection also centralistic. So this is the different. Of course, there are pros and cons between two structures in Indonesia and Malaysia. But if I can say in Indonesia, centralistic meant that we want to what you call to cut more bureaucracy, to cut more long process of collecting zakat. So that is the intention. But the fact that it is not as we expected. There are many institutions that not really reliable, not really having good collection in zakat on the zakat fund. I think also the same thing happen in Malaysia, even though they implement decentralized structure of zakat management, but I think they also have problem, they have challenges in terms of collecting zakat and also distributing the zakat fund to the recipient. So this is the proposal. Maybe with this kind of instrument, blockchain, via smart contract, we can minimize the problem. We can minimize the problem, in Indonesia and also in Malaysia. For example, like bureaucracy, flexibility, and also kind of the cost that involved in this process that can be cut. So this is among others that we can do with this instrument. We call it as a smart contract. Then we can also learn what is the strength of the zakat management via blockchain. So at least there are three. One is transparency, and the second one is the data information security, and the third one is real-time information. I think we can ask ourselves, when we pay zakat every year for the zakat fitrah or also zakat mal or other zakat profession, there are many zakat type of zakat. So maybe we don't know where is the zakat distributed to. Hopefully by this kind of instrument or tool, we can see the flow and the distribution of our zakat goes to anyone that who will receive the fund. So transparent means that we know how is the process of zakat management or system. Frankly speaking, that in our country, even in our state, which is very which is a small scope, we have many challenges in terms of leaking of the fund. The fund is somehow goes to any party that supposed not to receive that money, that fund. So that is still happen. And also the responsibility, the accountability is still questioned in terms of the system itself, and also the human resources, the operators, the amil, the zakat amil, still problem there in terms of maybe the training, in terms of maybe the capability and the ability to distribute the money or the fund. So this is still become our problem. I'm not sure in Malaysia context, but in Indonesia context, we still have this kind of problem, still not transparent, still having some fund that not really distributed fairly or accordingly. Of course, there are many factors. Just now I mentioned to you all that maybe the human itself, or the system itself, or maybe the process itself. So this is the problem that we try to solve, or try to find the solution. The data and information security, somehow this is also used by some party that to trace, or to know the wealth of that people, and this is supposed not to do supposed not to be done by the zakat institution. There are other party or institution that having this kind of authority to check, to to monitor the wealth of the people. But somehow in a few cases, the zakat institution or operators, they somehow know people wealth from, when we pay the zakat, we expose our wealth. So somehow this kind of information, leaking to other parties. So this is we call as security. The data, the data which is related to our money, our wealth, this is somehow not secure, not secure. Yeah, again, it is dishonesty in reporting also happen in some context. This is also due to the human and the process and also the system. So when we talk about security, not only the tools itself, but also the man behind the gun, the human also having intention to not proper things. So the third one is the real-time information. So we need a real-time information, day by day, or maybe hour by hour, how much that the money have been distributed to the recipient, to the mustahiq. We have to know this, and also the muzaki also wanted to know, how the portion that have been distributed to the recipient. So this is we what do you call we want to get we want to have this kind of system, the faster system, the easier and more accurate system. So one of them is, by proposing this kind of blockchain system or smart contract. So these three strengths, by having this transparency, by having this data security, and by having also real-time information, so we hope that in the future we have really having reliable and trusted zakat system. The most important thing is the trust of people, the trust of the muzaki, the trust of the recipient, the trust of the mustahiq. This is very important. So we want to build, to establish the trust of the people in zakat, and even also the government. The government also have a very important role how to ensure that the zakat system have run well, or the zakat system can be what you call having accountable system. So this is our hope in the future. So this is the proposed framework of blockchain. So we have zakat institution, we have database, we have muzaki and also mustahiq, and the blockchain and the digital wallet. I think we have many digital wallet nowadays. For the youngsters, they know many things. Of course, in our country, we have at least we have, for the Sharia one, the Sharia fintech, we have 17 companies that we call as getting the permission to be the fintech company, and based on the Sharia. For the non-Sharia also, we have hundred of brand and also companies that offering digital wallets to the people. So this is our expected outcome, that in the future that paying zakat, we can use many platform. One of them is from the digital wallet, and this is more easier, more faster, and also for the youngsters that maybe they are not really aware and understand about the zakat. So now through his or her mobile phone, they know and they learn what is zakat all about. So this is also to what you call to enhance the awareness of the youngsters on understanding of zakat, the importance of zakat, especially for the Muslim. Then, but of course, we have challenges in terms of legal implication of blockchain, because maybe some countries they have some constraint how to implement this. For example, like regulatory compliance. So I'm not sure in Malaysia, but in Indonesia also having some debate and argument how the organization, for example, if that people, you know, stay in other countries, not in Indonesia, how, you know, they pay the zakat from abroad, and how is the mechanism. So this is still, you know, ongoing. Yeah. Still no regulatory or act that have been issued by any institution in Indonesia that have been, you know, studied on this, the compliance, whether it is comply or not comply, still an ongoing process. But this is one of the challenge, the implication that we have to face. The data protection, intellectual property right. Yeah, the organization, the zakat institution, they have to learn, they have to understand what is the actually data protection, what is actually intellectual property right. So the ustaz or the amil that involve or engage in this zakat distribution, zakat collection, they are, you know, we expect that they know this kind of knowledge, not only the religion knowledge, the Islamic knowledge, but the operators, the amil also have to understand about the intellectual property rights. So this is a challenge, a little bit, you know, go to law, you know, subject, and some also go to the IT subject. So this the amil also have to learn about this, not only the religion and Islamic subject, but they now have to learn this kind of, you know, activities. And this is a challenge. Not all the amil we can simply, you know, teach them on this two subject, on the law and also on the IT subject. And the contractual obligation, the privacy. So again, it is a challenge that the privacy right of individuals, you know, need to protect it, to protect, and this is quite sensitive, but we have to try to sit and to discuss with many parties. For example, in the case of Indonesia, we have many parties that we have to sit down together and then to discuss how to solve this kind of privacy issue. The taxation also, I know in Malaysia there is a link between, you know, the zakat payers and the taxpayers. So there are, you know, some complement and some link. But in Indonesia, we have still we still have some issue here. So this also have to solve how the taxation collection and the mechanism have to be synchronized and linked or integrated to the zakat system. Liability and also jurisdiction. This is, I think, for my opinion, this is kind of quite, you know, very long process, long debate and argument that need to be resolved, before adopting or implementing the blockchain technology or the smart contract instrument. I think in our country, before we act, before we sort of implement in the market or in the society, we have to settle with this kind of law, with this kind of regulation first, then we can implement. So we cannot simply just implement first, then the regulation we can solve later. So this is not in the practice. The practice is we have to solve this kind of regulation things. Then after that we can implement by the society, by the zakat institution, or the people of Indonesia. And this is quite tricky and quite difficult when we talk about the regulation. And in Indonesia, we have many stages. For example, like national stage and also the provincial stage. In Malaysia, we call it state stage. And then we have district and we have city, and also we have sub-district. So there are many levels of bureaucracy in Indonesia. So how to ensure that this kind of regulation, even though, for example, have been endorsed, have been approved by the national stage, then also approved by the provincial stage, and then also approved by the city or the district stage, and then until the lower level. And this takes time. That's why I mentioned just now, this is very tricky and somehow also difficult. And sometimes also involve the parliament, the politician, because the politician sitting in the parliament, so they also involved in this kind of approving the regulation or approving the law or the act that will be implemented in the society or by the community. So the trend analysis, just now I mentioned to the audience that awareness by the community is something that also difficult, especially the youngsters. The youngsters, they have to learn about the zakat. What is zakat? How is how to pay zakat? How is the zakat mechanism? So the knowledge and the awareness of the zakat and its system must be, this is also part of the role of the what they call the universities, that they must teach the student and make the awareness to the student what is the zakat. I believe that some youngsters, they only know about zakat fitrah, because zakat fitrah is close to the Ramadan, and Ramadan is close to Hari Raya, so people only know that. But how about the zakat mal, and even agricultural zakat, and also the profession zakat? So this is need to be taught to the student in the universities and the classes. And the R&D and technology, this is need to be seriously considered, because now we are moved to the IT based tools or IT based product. So we need to know how to operate the technology, how to pay the zakat using technology, how to distribute zakat fund using the technology. So this is also a trend. Trend means that people have to aware about this regulation, and also the human resource. The human resource, the competencies, the professionalism to manage zakat fund. This is among the problem. The quality and quantity of the human resource. I think like JAKIM or maybe other institution in Malaysia, they are aware of this. They they do this, frequently, maybe monthly or maybe weekly. In many mosques in Malaysia also they did this. So the training for the amil is very important, because they are the one that will implement or run the system, especially the system related to the technology. This is as we are academician and also the student, we have to this is also our job, our what do you call for the student and for the lecturers, we need to know this, that until today, this is based on the Scopus database that indexed by Scopus, the research, the publication that indexed by Scopus. Until today, we only have about 3 plus 7 plus 4 plus 5, so we have 19 publication that really concern and have interest to do the research on zakat and blockchain. And most of the the researcher come from Indonesia and Malaysia. So the student, maybe after this session, they realize that we need more. We need to do more on this kind of research. So please to do so. And in 2001, there are 7 publications. And then 2002, there is decreasing number. And 2003, there are 5. But hopefully in the future, we want to see more publication on these 2 subjects, blockchain and zakat. Yeah, especially that in Malaysia, there are many Islamic universities, IUM, UCM. There are many college universities and community colleges, and even the mosque and the religion institution. I think we should enhance and push the student to do the research on this subject. And the highest citation, this is from Indonesia and Malaysia, the researchers that come from these 2 countries. But still, this is not very impressed, because I don't know what are the factors. But as the academician, we want to we try to explore a specific and very niche research, or call a topic, and one of them is the blockchain. Then just now I mentioned in the beginning that the importance of blockchain. There are many citation here. So every point there are citations that justify the points. For example, from Nordin 2021, so they mentioned that the zakat and blockchain management will enhance transparency, efficiency, and trust in the collection and distribution of zakat. And then followed by Big et al. This is my friend in Indonesia. So he and his friend also doing the research and found that the blockchain and zakat management will provide reliable environment for zakat transaction, as well as to increase the effectiveness in zakat collection. And also our YEMI, I think this is from African countries, doing the research and found that the use of smart contract attached to leading to increase zakat collection at the state and also the country level. And then followed by Shaukat and Zhu 2021. found that offers opportunities, the zakat management and blockchain offers opportunities for zakat institution to reduce transaction costs. This is also I mentioned in the beginning. So from this system, from this technology, we can reduce the transaction costs, and ultimately leading to increased support and collection. And then from Omar and Khairi, also my colleague in USIM, also doing research and found this is blockchain and zakat management will enhance accountability and accessibility in presenting, reporting, and disclosing all activities that be accessed by the public. So it can be accessible by the public, by the people, by the zakat payers. So, and the last one is by Muhammad et al. 2021. So, the blockchain and in zakat management will improve will improve capital optimization, transactional and collaboration in socio-economic development, and ultimately promoting the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and then economic growth and also, of course, the poverty reduction. So this is the importance why we have to move and adopt this kind of technology in zakat system. Conclusion, the first one, we have to strengthen coordination among the policymakers and other stakeholders on the effective policy for zakat management. It is found that some policies are redundant and overlapping each other. Just now I mentioned to you all that we have in Indonesia case, we have many stages, national stage and provincial stage, district, city, and sub-district. So with this kind of instrument, hopefully we can reduce the redundancy of the policy and also redundancy of the process. But again, we have to, do coordination among the stakeholders. We have to have one perception, one one goal that we really want to implement this kind of instrument, and hopefully we can have the outcome that we are expected. To continue holding training and support. If employees do not feel prepared to use the new technology, they may resist its implementation, especially the AMIL, the operators of zakat in many places. So, I don't know in Malaysia case, but Indonesia case, the AMIL, this is in terms of age, they are, maybe like 40 years above, or maybe some of them or even 50 years. And even in our case, there are some operators, they are in, they are 70, 70 and 60. So how these people, learn and understand the mechanism and the technology process when, for example, later on the blockchain will be implemented in the zakat system. So I think in our context also we need to we need to bring in the youngsters to to work in zakat institution. So hopefully they know, they are well aware of the technology implementation. And but again, we need to do the training and also the support, the continuous support, how to to make it this technology well implemented. And then the zakat also the supporters of the halal industry, because you know that we have many industries of halal. We have a pharmaceutical halal industry, halal cosmetic, halal food, halal tourism, halal travel, halal media, and also recreation. And the last one is the Islamic finance, or we call as halal finance. So how this zakat also integrated to all these kind of industries, not only zakat alone, but we have to integrate zakat fund, zakat money, zakat collection, zakat distribution somehow have to link to all those halal industries. And with that also we have, having better development of Islamic economic as a whole. And the last one, the adoption of blockchain in zakat management. Again, it is there are many technical knowledge that must be tackled, and the budget constraint, because it is technology. So of course there are investment on the technology. This is also kind of a challenge by the government, by the zakat institution, how we have to invest, some of the money to adopt this kind of blockchain and smart contract technology. Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih. I think this is a very short sharing session, but I hope that we can discuss and we can explore this kind of technology in the future, and in Indonesia and also in Malaysia, and hopefully we can get better outcome collection of zakat, and at the end, as the goal of zakat is to to increase, to alleviate the poverty. So hopefully we can reduce the poverty in our country with this kind of Islamic social finance instrument. We call it as zakat. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Rafiki. Again, very wonderful and very informative discourse on zakat, which is one of the important elements for Muslims generally, and then it is so important that the fact that it is one of the pillars of Islam. And I believe Dr. Rafiki raised a few points, especially with regards to zakat payment using blockchain, the issues, the challenges, particularly in the form of the amil just now, or I believe the collectors of the zakat, Dr. Rafiki. To a certain extent, I think Malaysian also go through similar challenges, I would say, in terms of getting the amil to be much more educated beyond religious education. I think that is something that we share similarity on. Okay, we have one question here, Dr. Rafiki, for you. But I believe you mentioned, but not quite comprehensive. One of the question asked is how blockchain can overcome trust issues among zakat payers in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you for the audience that asking this question. Because trust is, I think this is my opinion, trust is very, very crucial factors among us as a Muslim. Not only in Malaysia, even in my my surrounding, my friends, they ask me how this zakat to be distributed, where and when and how. This is the question from them. So this kind of where and when and how, when they ask me this, means that they are not having a trust. If they really trust, they are not asking this kind of question. They just quiet. But when, since they are asking this, so means that they are not, having trust on this kind of zakat system. But again, as a Muslim, we do not want to, having more argument, more debate on this. We are, we just say Bismillah, and then we ikhlas, okay, we pay, and then up to you. You want to distribute where and when and how. This is my obligation as a Muslim, as a Rukun Islam. So, khalas, I'm finished. So I have paid then. But actually, we need to, to think that every system, every product, when it is, make people convenient, there is a service or product that really convenient for us or for me, it is good for me. So, you know, I want to get more. I want to buy more. I want to involve more. That is the practice. You know, when you like some product, you will buy more. So that's why out in Indonesia context, we are really far below the potential collection of zakat. Means that people may be not very interested to pay zakat unless for the zakat fitrah, because zakat fitrah, there is one of the hadith that when you are not paying zakat fitrah, maybe your Ramadan also not accepted, your fasting is not accepted. So this is kind of integrated each other. But for other zakat, like zakat mal, 2.5% of your wealth, after 1 year, because there is haul. Haul means that after 1 year. So people don't care about this. People maybe not, really understand about this kind of haul and also nisab that we have to follow. So again, the first thing is the trust. When people trust on you, on your product, on your service, on your institution, on your mechanism, on your system, so not you as the amil come to the people will come to you. People will come to you. What is this? What is this product? People will having interest to ask you, to know about that product. So again, it is about trust. For me, it is about trust. When people, having trust, so they will, inshallah, they will having interest to know, having interest to contribute, to not only zakat, maybe also sadaqah and also infak, and even wakaf. Wakaf is more challenging nowadays. So how to create awareness of wakaf also a bigger challenge. Zakat is still challenge, but this is we have hundred of audience. Let me asking you, or invite you to try to uh, to teach, or maybe to say to your surrounding that the importance of zakat, because I think in Malaysia also still below the potential of the collection. Because if we have this kind of target, inshallah we can help people, the poor people in our country, and reduce maybe the poverty in our country. So I think Dr. Mo, with this blockchain, the trust can be built up. With this blockchain, the trust can be also created among the youngsters, especially the youngsters. This is my opinion. If like me and also maybe Dr. Mo, or maybe the eldest one, we know these kinds of zakat from, very important of zakat. But the youngsters now, they are busy with we are busy with the mobile, busy with the TikTok, and busy with the Instagram. I think I'm afraid that they are, they do not know what is zakat. Na'udzubillah min zalik. But this is very important. Zakat is our fiscal instrument in economy. It is fiscal instrument for our Islamic economics. So if we ignore this, I think very not good for us, for our economy. So again, trust using blockchain can be built up, can be created, and for the youngsters, please also understand the technology of blockchain linked to zakat, not blockchain linked to what you call, to YouTube or to Instagram, but blockchain linked to zakat. This is the important. So I think there are many benefit with this blockchain and also the smart contract, and I also waiting for the government talk about this and discuss about this, and the government also have interest to implement this. But for the society, I think for like us, we want this kind of system. But for government, maybe they are still thinking, they are still discussing. But this is our hope, inshallah. Dr. Mo, this is our hope. Thank you.
Yeah, you raised a couple of interesting points, Rafiki. I cannot help but giggle when you mentioned some of us. When we want to pay zakat, we just Bismillah, pay and khalas. Never think about where the fund is going. But I think nowadays, with a lot of issue with the mismanagement of funds, I think you highlight as well. In Indonesia, I think you mentioned just now there's leaking of funds. So I think that perhaps contribute to the trust issues. I think historically, I would say previous
Yes.
generation don't really care where the funds go. I think because in Malaysia as well, we have quite recently, there's a mismanagement of funds with this one non-government body, non-government organization where they collect money to distribute to what's happening in Palestine. So I think
Yes.
the issue was in terms of the mismanagement, perhaps, Dr. Rafiki, correct?
Yes, mismanagement.
Yeah. So
Mismanagement from internal party, not from external.
yes,
So this is,
that's the problem.
yeah, very sad to say this, but this is happened in some of the, and even Dr. Mo, in our country, the salary of the AMIL is very high. It's very high. I think, if I'm not mistaken, 7% of the collection so goes to the AMIL. So now people, if there is job vacancy, so the most very interesting job is how to become the AMIL, because AMIL is a good salary. So this is our job in our country. So if
correct.
you want to get better salary, you apply for the AMIL, because AMIL having get better salary than other institution. So that is in our case, Dr. Mo.
Yeah, and I basically is throwing one stone at two birds, because you're doing something for the religious perspective, and of course you earn income on the side. So
Yes.
I think you mentioned again the younger generation perhaps are not quite aware of the different types of zakat. Perhaps that they are too caught up in the materialistic elements
Yes.
which they see in social media,
Exactly.
I believe. So yeah, you mentioned again, zakat fitrah is the only thing that people are fully
Yeah.
aware of. They are other zakat, income, gold, agriculture,
Yes.
you mentioned.
Yes.
So if we are able to collect from each different type of zakat, I would say that the fund will be much more bigger than what it is.
Exactly.
Right?
That is our job, Dr. Mo.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Rafiki. Again,
Thank you very much.
wonderful talk. I'm sure everyone have benefited from what you shared today. And with that, we are done with the final session. We conclude today's Collaborators Expert Talks, which is in conjunction with the 6th ABRIC 2024. And we would like to again express our sincere gratitude to all the speakers today, Associate Professor Dr. Ernie, Associate Professor Dr. Srijith, Dr. Intan Marfarina, Dr. Muhammad Syarif, and of course, finally, Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Rafiki. We hope that everyone have benefited from today's Collaborators talk, where we have seen and heard various topics being discussed, from gig economy to artificial intelligence, from self-leadership to digital skills and competencies, as well as the use of blockchain technology in zakat management. And finally, I would like to thank all the participants for attending this talk, and we hope to see you again in the future series. And of course, we hope to see you in the 6th ABRIC 2024 in Penang soon. And before we end and disperse with previous session, now is the time for us to take photos with Dr. Ahmad Rafiki, and after that we will end the session formally. And I would like to kindly ask everyone again to just turn on your camera for the final time, so we can embed this memory together with Dr. Rafiki. Again, thank you to all the participants, especially those who have stayed from the first session up to the 5th session. And don't forget to fill up the attendance on the registration link shared by one of the secretariat. Okay, is everyone ready? Put a 30-second smile on, because there's a few of us here. Okay, first page, 1, 2, 3. Go to the second page, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Again, thank you everyone, and hope to see you guys again in the near future. Thank you and Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Waalaikumsalam
Thank you very much.
Um,